doesn't have any advertising requirements.
Did you read my mind because I forgot what I was going to say?
No. I said, hello, how are you?
How you doing?
Good. Hang on and say it.
Okay. But is it necessary? Because I think she's just going to tell me I see you.
Hey, we ready to go? Good evening. I'd like to call to order, please, the April 13th, 2021 Old Bridge Township Council meeting. Please stand for a Pledge of Allegiance. Please remain standing for a moment of silence and for our prayer. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. As customary in this chamber, we stand for a moment of silence to remember those who are protecting our freedoms, both here and abroad, for our first responders, and for those who have made the ultimate sacrifice. And this evening, Mr. Pescetti.
Yeah, I would ask for a moment of silence for Ruth Mathau's family. Ruth lost her mom. Ruth is the chairwoman of the CERT team, Community Emergency Response Team in Old Bridge. She does a fantastic job, and she lost her mom the last couple days. So I'll just ask for a moment of silence.
Thank you. Mr. Pescetti, our prayer, please.
Dear Lord, bless thy servants in the ministry of public affairs who serve thee in this chamber. Give us quiet minds and hearts that we may hear your voice. Help us to know when to speak, when to be silent. Give us the strength to oppose the wrong and uphold the right. Grant us to have a good conscience and soul at peace with thee and with one another. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Please be seated.
Ms. Brown? Mr. De Palma?
Here.
Dr. Greenberg-Belli? Here. Mr. Merwin?
Present.
Mr. Murphy? Mr. Pescetti?
Here.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Here.
Ms. Walker?
Here.
President Sohor?
Here.
We have 7 present. This meeting is being held in conformance with the Open Public Meetings Act. Notice has been given to the newspaper, and notice of the meeting has been posted in public places. Next open public meeting of the council will be held on April 27th at 7:30 p.m.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the meeting. We will begin with proclamations. Good evening, Mayor.
Okay, now it's better. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Welcome. At this time, I'm going to read a proclamation recognizing our telecommunicators, also known as dispatchers in our town. I would ask Nancy Weber, please, our dispatch coordinator, please join me at the podium as I read the proclamation. The Township of Old Bridge Police Department's public safety telecommunicators, dispatchers, are the very first line of first responders and are an invaluable resource to those in critical situations. Dispatchers are called on when people are in a state of crisis, sometimes at the worst moments in their lives. Dispatchers have extensive classroom and on-hand training. Most dispatchers have handled horrific incidents while maintaining total composure, demonstrating sharp critical thinking, and executing perfect multitasking ability. The members of the Public Safety Telecommunications of Old Bridge play an essential role in ensuring that everyone has the resources they need in times of emergencies. The communication centers receive calls from persons seeking immediate relief during an emergency, as well as those seeking to report suspicious behaviors, unusual incidents, and responding to the new common plea for citizen vigilance and attention in the wake of Homeland Security concerns. The demands on the 911 telecommunicators continues to grow with rapid advancements in technology and increasing Homeland Security threats. Yet 911 professionals remain dedicated to their calling and are always there to provide a calm and reassuring voice on the other end of the call for help, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. As Public Safety Telecommunicators Week approaches, The people of Old Bridge Township would like to thank our 911 communicators for their dedication and tireless service. 2020 presented a unique challenge due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and they have risen to the challenge while demonstrating compassion, understanding, and professionalism during the performance of their job in this past year. Now, therefore, I, Owen Henry, Mayor of the Township of Old Bridge, Township Council, County of Middlesex, State of New Jersey, declare the week of April 11th through April 17th, 2021, to be National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week in Old Bridge in honor of the men and women whose diligence and professionalism keep our citizens and city very safe. Thank you, Council. At this time, I would ask Nancy to please say a few words about the people that she supervises, and I can honestly tell you that sometimes you don't realize what it takes to run a town of this size, and the amount of calls we get and how busy those phones are, and just task at hand and how they handle it in such a professional manner. So Nancy, I want to publicly and personally thank you for your efforts. But they go unnoticed a lot of times because they stay in a room with no windows. And they're the first ones, and they're the ones on the line that set the whole stage for that tragic event that we all know, not when, but when it comes. But they're there. So thank you, Nancy. I appreciate it. So please, if you could say a few words.
Thank you. I just wanted to describe a little bit about our dispatchers. In 2020, our dispatchers have listened to and answered 428,229 radio transmissions. There were 88,410 calls into our 911 system, with 20,708 of them being life-threatening situations. And the remaining 67,702 calls were for fire, first aid, and police response needed. These numbers do not include the thousands of calls that come in on the administration line. Dispatchers are literally first responders the moment they pick up the line. They are the first responders to the first responders. Rest assured that Old Bridge 911 dispatchers are dedicated to the township and its residents, conducting themselves with professionalism and teamwork at all times. Tonight, I would like to thank Mayor Henry, the Township Council, for recognizing and honoring our Old Bridge Township 911 dispatchers. I would also like to mention their names. These are the dispatchers that you never see. Richard Williams, 32 years with Old Bridge Township. Margaret Atlack, 23 years with Old Bridge Township. Mary Ann Peterson, 21 years with Old Bridge Township, and she has 25 years of total experience. Frank Stefanelli, 21 years with Old Bridge Township. Michael Matlos, 19 years with Old Bridge Township. Nicholas Mascarello, 16 years with Old Bridge Township. Michael Rizolinsky, 16 years with Old Bridge. Annette Dabrowski, 14 years with Old Bridge. Janelle Calhoun, 6 years with Old Bridge, 9 years total experience. Sharice Bolton, 3.5 years with Old Bridge. Rachel Castiglia, 3 years with Old Bridge. Samantha Amato, 3 years with Old Bridge, 2 years were part-time. Carol Martin, 1 year part-time with Old Bridge, 21 years experience. Brianna Noodleman is a brand new hired part-timer, and she's due to start April 19th, 2021. And of course myself, Nancy Sheehan Weber, 28 years with Old Bridge, 39 years experience. Thank you very much for honoring me.
Thank you, Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Nancy.
You do get to sit in the hall. How's it going, guys?
Okay, good evening, Mrs. Shapiro. How are you this evening?
Good evening. Thank you, Council.
Okay, our presentation this evening will be the courtroom renovations.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President, Council. Just to give you a little bit background on this project, the courtroom renovation started about a year ago. The mayor and the BA at the time were working with Kyle Harris, the director of our Public Works, on upgrading the HVAC units in the facility. Sometimes it's a little bit too cold in here, or a little bit too hot, and so the project started with that. Then, as the pandemic happened, we started expanding a little bit. We added bipolar ionization to the HVAC units because we want to filter the air throughout not only this room, but the entire building. There's 3 air handlers on there. So that's how the project started. The BA and the mayor had said, well, what if we did a facelift on the courtroom while we're doing this HVAC project? And that's when I got involved. I just wanted to give you a little bit of description on the timeline. Gabriella. So while Gabriella gets the slide up, this is sort of the design process, and I thought it was important to put up, especially for our residents that are at home. You know, we think about a project, and then especially when it's any of our roadway projects or any of our capital improvement projects, there's some sort of thought and design process that goes in. There's a bidding phase and a construction phase and a startup. So a year ago about this time, I had developed a request for proposals, and I had written up sort of just the ideas that we had in our mind to go out to a consultant so that they could prepare design documents. So interior of the building, we would need an architect to design the interior of the space, and then also mechanical, electrical engineers, which I'm not, to help us out with the HVAC units and the lighting in the room. Once that went out to them, we had 4 different consultants respond to that proposal. They're responders as our fair and open process. They responded, and the lowest bidder, EI Associates, had gotten the award of design services. From there, we decided that we needed a steering committee so that we could not only take into account, you know, the vision of administration, but also council's vision. Our courts are operated out of here. Planning and Zoning Board are also operated out of here. So we created a steering committee that included the mayor, the BA, myself, council president, council vice, our township clerk at the time, our township planner, myself, our DPW director, our TV studio director, also our court administrator, because it's very important to include that. Our court is actually quasi-judicial, so there was actually a lot of detail that went involved with us coordinating with the state back and forth on how we can do certain things in the room. I also put the dates on there on when we had, you know, certain milestones on the design process and then the bidding. You might remember that you know, we came earlier in the year to fund the project. We opened the bids in December of last year, but we really couldn't award until that capital bond ordinance that included renovations in the building department as well was then through council. So we awarded in February, and we had a kickoff meeting start recently. Just to give you a little bit of the scope of work of the project, we're upgrading the existing finishes. So the carpeting, the chairs, the dais itself, and a new shape of the dais, the lighting, the acoustical cloud system that's here, an acoustical system on the walls, and some, you know, nice features like the township logo right behind where council president sits. The audio-visual equipment will stay. The audio equipment will be updated by Mary through a separate contract at the same time that this construction is going on. The visual equipment will be updated at a later date under a separate contract. Gabriella. So this is sort of a visual of what it would look like. Now, granted, the carpet won't be that light, the chairs might not be that color, the dais veneer would be selected. So this is just a schematic of what it would look like. But what I really want you to take a look at is, instead of these wood slats that are on top of us now, where the sound sort of dissipates, right? You'll have an acoustical cloud system. So it would be in the same shape as what you see now, but it would look more like a drop ceiling. Within that drop ceiling, you'll have LED lighting, And then the cans that you have the lighting in now, they'll still be there. But instead of the perimeter lighting that you see along the walls, those will be eliminated. So the lighting that are in the acoustical system would allow us to eliminate the exterior or the perimeter lighting. Flooring will be updated, the chairs will be updated. The chairs are very important because we still want them to be ganged, because that's a requirement of the courts. But you also want them to be removable. Should we have a presentation or we have a larger crowd and we want to have, some sort of presentation up here, you want to be able to remove the seating. So also there's the dais. The dais right now is straight, and a lot of times I hear from council, especially during our steering committee meetings, that if you're on one side of the dais, you don't hear somebody on the other side of the dais. Well, now if you're in this semicircular pattern, you have more of one, a visual on the people on the other side, and then two, you have more of, the sound bouncing a little bit better when you're in a circular pattern. Gabriella, can you move to the next slide? The next slide is just a closer view. You could see that because we're doing a rehabilitation of the courtroom, we have to add ADA accessibility. So basically where the mayor and the BA are sitting right now, that'll be a ramp. So the rows here of seating would then dead end at that ramp, and then that would give us ADA accessibility. On the other side where Mary's sitting, there'll still be steps. You'll notice that in the front here, there'll be 2 ADA accessible seats. There'll be 3 in total in the entire room. This dais, along with the type of seating that we're selecting, will bring us down to 161 seats, and that includes the handicap. That's basically the existing conditions is 171, and the 171 includes 1 handicap space. So if we can go to the next slide. So this is like the view from the end of the circular dais. And you could see that the logo would be in the center right behind Council President. There will be a table for a deputy clerk to sit or a stenographer at Planning and Zoning Board meetings. The main 2 tables on the ground level would be for any presentation during council, for the attorneys during court, or for any Planning and Zoning Board application, the applicants would sit there. Now you have 14 seats on the dais, so the mayor and BA will then move up to the dais. Similar to that, during Planning and Zoning Board meetings, the planner and engineer would move up to the dais. The witness during a judicial hearing would then sit at the far end by the ADA ramp, and that TV over there is for our court proceedings. Let's see a different view. This is just looking from the dais to the back of the room. And again, the finishes are if anybody has, any thoughts on the finishes that they want to send us, the colors haven't been selected. The product type has. As for the carpeting, there is a carpet that we had selected on the 2nd floor when we had done the administration building as part of that security upgrade. It's a darker color, and it would wear a little bit well, especially, just a lighter color wouldn't wear so well. The ideas of the chair, and this is probably a little bit too blue, was early on the conversation was maybe we match the colors of our township seal, and there's a navy blue there. So everything will be coordinated. The intent is really to coordinate with the designers. The architect that we had selected has in-house designers that sort of guide us with the color selection. I thought it was actually pretty nice to have that lighter wood on the dais. And coincidentally, when you walk through the front, the temperature check, if you look right underneath the flat screen TV, you'll see a lighter sort of wood veneer table there where a receptionist used to sit with just a black countertop. But that's, if you want to, in your mind, see something light like that. Next view. So this is just an angled view. What we wanted to make sure was that council would have the visuals of the 2 TVs up front and how the projectors, if we turn or angle the TV so that the people on the dais can see, especially at the ends, would the projectors then interfere with the view? And it's slightly. But once we update our audio visual, we'll take a look once the project is complete to see if it's really necessary to relocate these TVs further back or potentially put something on the back wall. Next slide. This one just shows there was a podium right behind me where the mayor had given presentations. This one is a little bit big, but what we wanted to do was to have a removable podium for when we do the presentations, because it's important, especially the mayor, sometimes he's, speaking to the audience and he has his back towards council, or he's speaking to the council and he has his back towards the audience. But if you notice at the top of the ramp in the earlier images, there's actually a space that the mayor could give a presentation, or anybody from council could stand at a podium and give a presentation. And then it actually has a flow. If there's an award being given, that somebody could walk up the steps and then exit down the ramp, and so that there's some sort of area for sort of accepting an award. So this is basically it, just 10 slides. I just wanted to have a few minutes to, give you an overview. A pre-construction meeting already occurred on March 30th. We're in that shop drawing review phase. As you can imagine, especially in all our contracts, all construction items take a huge amount of lead time, especially during COVID-19. Right now, we're basically placing orders on all those long lead times to make sure that we have them on site. The idea is, right now we're close to the public and we're in person, but I have to close the courtroom to everybody for a short duration. We're looking at the largest span, which is in the summer months. So if we close the courtroom the day after the July meeting, which is July 13th, and then we have the courtroom closed till the September meeting, that would mean that the August meeting would have to be Zoom. And then we would be back in the courtroom for the September meeting, and that's the hope. Again, our contract duration is 60 days for the contractor. I had stipulated in the contracts itself that the courtroom is only to be closed for 30 days, just to speed the process. Again, we cannot take into account what will happen if some of these items are longer lead times, but I would have to start him by that date. So I gave you a tentative construction start date of July 14th of this year, and then mid-September 2021 would be the intent for the grand opening. That was it. Any questions?
How about the large screens that we're looking at here?
They stay.
Oh, okay,
They
because I didn't
stay.
see them in any of the drawings.
No, they were just up.
Okay.
Maybe Gabriella, I don't know if he put it in the rendering. Oh, no, they don't show, but they're going to stay. Right now, they're going to stay. There's also going to be a feature where Gabriella brought up a good point where if we have to in the future dim the lights that are on the dais, that each chair would have a location where you have 2 outlets, but then you also have 2 USB ports, so that you could either plug in your devices or plug in sort of like a task lighting, so that it could be more visible with a little bit of a darker dais from the lighting above, and then you could see the presentation screens a little bit better. They look good now. But remember, it's dark in here. With the LED lighting, you will see a new courtroom, so this is dark.
New council chambers, not just the courtroom.
Yes, council chambers, yes. All of the above.
Anyone else have a question for Mrs. Shapiro? No?
Council member, I just want to add one thing to recognize that part of the seat change, the purpose was that makes this room kind of a multi-purpose room now, because we can remove the chair, and now we have a great, big room for something that we want to host event or so, and sometimes when we have a swearing in ceremony, it gets very tight in this area. We can just remove first few rows, and it still, makes it more, accommodating. So that was one of the purpose of replacing, the carpeting and the chairs.
Anyone else, Mrs. Walker?
I just want to make a comment. I can't wait till the dais is curved, because when you sit down here, you cannot see, and I don't think the council president can see either, because I have to wave, so it's going to be, I can't wait.
There's actually a lot more features. There's ballistic rating wall panels in front of the dais. There's also the plastic separations will still be there. It'll just be, although Casey and DPW did a great job, it would actually continue to the ground. So the guide that you see on the table would be a permanent guide on the table, and then there would be a guide on the ground. So not only will it be on your side, but it'll continue down. So, and then once, hopefully, when the pandemic is over, we could just slide them out and then, store them. Hopefully we'll never need them again, for future use. So there's a lot of things in the contract that I'm just trying to give you a 10-slide or a 5-minute. I don't know if I'm over. Am I over? Come on, I'm over.
Anyone else? Thank you, Nicole. That's very well done. Thank you very much. We're looking forward to the changes for sure.
We'll approve classes out of the question.
Okay, next will be our bill list. Mrs. Walker.
Accounts payable, April 13th, 2021, $5,523,873.21.
Second.
Okay, moved by Dr. Greenberg Belli, second by Councilman Pescetti.
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg Belli?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy? Is absent. Mr. Pescetti?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
President Sohor?
Yes.
We have 8 ayes.
Payroll, April 1st, 2021, $986,413.70.
Motion?
Move it.
Second?
Moved by Councilman Greenberg Belli and second by Councilman Pescetti.
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg Belli?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is absent. Mr. Pescetti?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
President Sohor?
Yes.
We have 8 ayes.
Payroll overtime, April 1st, 2021, $27,182.58.
Do I have a motion?
Move it. Second?
Okay, moved by Councilman Rizzoli, second by Councilman Pescetti. And Mr. Shaw, may we have a breakdown, please?
Thank you, Council President. As Councilwoman Walker indicated, the total overtime for this pay period was $27,182.58. There was no real uptick in any other department. For the police department, the total overtime for sworn officer was $21,900.24. Deduct grants, $3,803.34. Deduct ETO time, $2,273.75. The net overtime was $15,823.15, representing 277.75 277.75 men and women hours. The pandemic-related cost in this pay period was $2,348.44. No special events in that police department had to deal. There were 1 officer injured on duty or light duty, and 2 officers were quarantined. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw.
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg Belli?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is absent. Mr. Pescetti?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
President Sohor?
Yes.
We have 8 ayes.
That concludes the bill list.
Okay, thank Woman Walker. Okay, next will be public hearing and adoption amendment of those ordinances for second reading. First one is H1.
Oh, no, we have the hearing on.
Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me, I apologize. There's a hearing on the Mass Assembly, Old Bridge Raceway Park.
We have present on through Zoom Kate Hilton from Old Bridge Raceway Park.
Good evening.
Hi, how are you?
Good evening, welcome.
Ms. Hilton, can you just present your Mass Assembly to the council for them to have any questions on?
Sure. What did you guys need from me? I've never really been on a council meeting before or been present for one.
If you could explain the date and details of your assembly.
Sure.
As pertains to your application you submitted.
Sure. This is a beer festival that we wish to hold May 22nd. We had one last October. It is a 2-session festival. First session is from 12 to 4 p.m. Then we have an hour break. And the next session is from 5 to 9 p.m. It has been approved by the ABC and signed off on. Currently we have for pre-sales, about 300 tickets between the 2 sessions. We hope to have about 1,500 people, but it all depends on ticket sales for pre-sales.
Okay, thank you very much for the information.
Sure.
Now, does anyone have any questions from the council?
I do.
Okay, Mr. Merwin?
We went through a long, exhaustive Mass Assembly committee to put the Mass Assembly forward.
Mr. Merwin, if you could just talk into the microphone.
Yeah,
Pick up on Zoom unless you do.
And the first one wasn't done right. So, I have some problems with that. We specifically set it up, and I thought it was pretty easy to follow, and it wasn't followed. So,
By us?
no, not by you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have Gabriella sent me the new Mass Assembly guidelines, and we have all those, and we'll definitely follow.
There was a delay by my office, me specifically. I had misunderstood who was OEM, but I did reach out to both the OEM coordinator and the fire district, and they did review the application and give the okay, as well as our code enforcement office and police department have reviewed it and given their okay. And as it moves forward, they'll be more involved as the answers for the ticket sales and things like that come into play, as that changes the stipulations in the ordinance based on the number of ticket sales in the cap.
So it was an error that occurred?
Yes.
But you have made it right?
Yes.
And everything has been met properly?
Yes.
All the approvals were done properly?
Yes.
And moving forward, we know what the procedure now is and has to be, and there's no, in other words, you know where it has to go and what the protocol was, because we did have a committee and we did put together a mass assembly, absolutely. Yes. But I just want to, make sure if something happened that we can move forward and know that now everything, you understand it all and we're good to go, yes. Correct? Okay. Any other council member? Okay, seeing no hands from council.
Madam President, if I
yes.
could. Ms. Hilton, this is Mark Roselli, Township Attorney. I just had some questions. Obviously, your assembly is subject to the governor's executive order, which I think currently limits the number of people who can assemble at an outside event, I think, to 200.
It's 30% of an outdoor entertainment venue.
Well, 30% of what?
Our seating capacity?
Well, your seating capacity, you're having it on in the infield, isn't it?
It's in our inside where our grandstands are, correct?
So, all right, so that's the location. It's not clear where the location of the beer fest is going to be held. Is it being held inside or outside?
All of our events are held outside.
Okay. So when you say outside, there's an area that has no seating at the Raceway Park, correct?
We have seating at all of our events. In all of areas of our events, there is seating available.
You have to understand my question. I understand that there's seating available, but the park itself has a grandstand that has seats in it, right?
In all of our, pretty much all of our locations, yes.
There's parts of the park that doesn't have seating that I guess you're going to bring seats in?
In our field, we don't have seating where we park and things like that.
Well, that's my question. I'm trying to figure out, I'm trying to determine how you're determining your capacity for seating. What are you basing it on? 30%?
Off of our sure. So off of our grandstand seatings that were along the drag strip.
So people who come to this event, the Beer Fest, will be sitting in the grandstand?
No. The governing order doesn't say that people have to be seating.
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out, because I'm not trying to be difficult, but your application isn't specific as to the location, and, we're dealing with a little bit of different situations. So what is your seating capacity with a grandstand?
20,000.
So your seating capacity is 20,000, so then 30%, so you could potentially have up to 6,000 people.
Correct.
Right. Now, your application says to be determined.
By ticket, we don't, we're limiting our ticket sales to 1,500 per session. But
Okay.
right now, we're about 300 tickets sold between both sessions.
Okay, so then you're limiting, there's a cap on your ticket sales, 1,500 per session,
Yes,
3,000 total.
correct.
So then can we amend your application so it reflects that there will be a maximum of 1,500 per session?
Yes,
And the reason why is that dictates what the requirements are under the ordinance.
sure. Mm-hmm.
So, and being that you're doing pre-sales, so you would agree then, depending upon the number of, the fact that you have 1,500 is your cap number for each session, then will the applicant agree that they have to meet the requirement for at least 1,500 persons under the ordinance for each session, whatever those requirements are?
Yes,
All right, so one of the conditions, so council is aware that while the application doesn't state it, they've stated that the max for each session is 1,500, and that they'll have to meet the requirements of the ordinance for 1,500 attendees, whether or not 1,500 tickets are sold for each session. Agreed?
well, no, if we don't sell 1,500 tickets,
Well, the problem is that we won't know how many you sell, right? And the township has to plan and be able to plan for whatever the outside number is. I mean, typically, under the ordinance, you're supposed to expressly state the number of tickets that you anticipate being sold, and based upon that, the requirements apply.
okay.
Because
Any other time that we did a mass, I've done many mass assemblies with Tough Mudder and Rugged Maniac, and it's always been up to a certain amount to not go over.
So that's the same thing. So your max is 1,500 per session, and being that that's your max number, you have to comply with the ordinance requirements for 1,500. Because you...
Right, but if say we have 500 people, then...
we won't know that, and you won't know that until the day of the event. Right?
I would have a pretty good idea before we have the event, since we have pre-sale tickets.
All right, but people, I'm assuming people are going to be able to buy tickets the day of the event.
If we have, right,
Right.
if we can, we would.
So right,
Right.
exactly. So
So in the new ordinance, what, at 1,500 tickets, what am I saying yes to? That we were,
so again, the number of, it applies to the number of BLS units that you'll be required to have, because the number's the same between 1,000 and 5,000, the number's the same.
not in your new ordinance, it's not.
It is. The attendance between 1,000 and 5,000, it's the same. Number of BLS units is 2, and the number of ALS units is 0. So
Well, the new, I'm pretty sure I have the new one in.
I don't know what you have in front of you, but I'm reading the new ordinance.
Okay, I will have to look. It was whatever.
And
was-
you have to understand is that it's a sliding scale, and and I think that the township committee had concerns about the Mass Assembly ordinance, and we want to be able to ensure that it's being followed. So to the extent that I understand that you have the cap, that's fine, but I think the township needs to use that cap to guide what the requirements are, because you won't know and we won't know what that number it ultimately is until the day of the event. So that being said, 1,500 per session is the number, and because of that, that's the number that you need to utilize in order to meet the requirements of the ordinance.
Okay.
Madam Chairperson.
Councilman Merwin?
Yes. What we have here is a 9-hour beer festival. They're saying 1,500 and 1,500. Well, I don't know how you get 1,500 people out of there at 4 o'clock with another 1,500 coming in at 5 o'clock.
But they're still within 1,000 and 5,000, so ultimately that part wouldn't matter, right?
Why, are we having a 9-hour beer festival where we're going to sell the tickets for both sessions to the same people, so that they're drinking for 9 hours? Or-
No.
No? Then how are you getting them
It's
out of
not
there?
the same.
Then how are you getting 1,500 people out of there within that hour for the next group?
Very, very simply, we have a great egress system in place with our security team, and we do a sweep of the entire area. Everybody that is in for that session is wristbanded and hand stamped, and then we clear everything out and get ready for the next session. Again, we did this in October, and we had a very smooth transition. Yes, we didn't have a lot of people, but we are very experienced in the events that we do. We've held our national events at the track, Tough Mudders, Rugged Maniacs, Color Runs. Getting 1,500 people out of our facility with an hour time frame is not an issue.
After they've been drinking for 4 hours, it's not an issue.
We sell designated driver tickets. People do Uber rides. We had a lot of designated drivers that people that came in, they got a different wristband, and they were not served alcohol.
So just to follow up on that, so then in addition to the 1,500 per session, then you're saying that there'll be separate sales for each session, right? After the first session's ended, the park is emptied, and then the new
Correct.
session comes, and people have to have new tickets in order to enter the second session.
Correct.
Can you buy a ticket for the first session and the second session?
No.
So once you've purchased a ticket for one session, you can't buy a ticket for the second session.
Right. Everything's done electronically and scanned through a ticketing system and checked.
Okay. The other thing I would note is that in your application, you indicate that the township was named as a certificate holder for your certificate insurance. The town should actually be, in addition to be a certificate holder, they should be named as an additional insured.
Okay. Sure.
That's, I just want to make sure. I'm just reading the application.
There are COIs.
And obviously, you'll agree to meet the requirements of the ordinance dealing with EMS, medical care, the safety aspects of it, based upon the 1,500 tickets being sold, correct?
Correct.
For each session. I have no further questions, Madam President.
I have one question, because the ordinance that was sent to me by Gabriella is the one that says physicians and nurses on it.
That's the old one. That actually has a strike through It should, at that point, which
It doesn't. It was sent to me January 14th.
Once, that's under 169.2, condition for issuance of license. Still-
It's the one that it's signed off on, and that's what I based off my event on.
It's not, the one that you have, does it have strike-throughs and underline, bold and underline?
So there are some strike-throughs on it.
Right.
Like it has the 500 instead of the 1,000. It has the price difference. But down when you get to page 2, for the attendance and number of physicians and nurses, it is attendance 2,001 to 3,000, 1 physician, 2 nurses.
The new part of the ordinance where that's stricken, it's a requirement is a basic life support, an ambulance and 2 MNTs and advanced life support. And then it lists your event would be between 1,000 and 4,999. You would need 2 BLS units, not physicians, BLS units. And then you would require actually no nurses.
Okay. I mean, that's better. Just, can I get that one, or
Yeah, you
I
can
guess
get
it's
it.
online.
Gab's it online? Should be.
I like it better. I think the other one was a little dated. I just want to make sure I have
Yeah.
the correct.
Mr. Rizzo?
I don't have any, I'm done with questions.
You done? Okay. Oh, anyone else from the council have any questions? Okay, well, we have to open it up to the public as well. So this would be the time if the public has any questions about this particular item that they can call in.
This is for public comment specifically on the hearing for the Mass Assembly at Old Bridge Raceway Park. Our Zoom call-in number is 929-205-6099, and our Zoom ID is 886-9111-6227, passcode 745805. Once you're in our Zoom session, you can raise your hand by pressing *9, Option or Alt-Y from your Mac or PC, or choosing the raise hand button. Again, this is limited to comments on the Old Bridge Raceway Park Mass Assembly. I have caller with the phone number ending in 3592. Please unmute yourself to address the council. Caller 3592, I've asked you to unmute your phone to address the council. Hi, you need to speak into the speaker of your phone for us to hear you.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good evening, Gabrielle. This is Nina Joknowitz. You know my address by now. It's West Greystone Road, Old Bridge, New Jersey. I was wondering how many people are actually on the council tonight on the dais? Because my count was 2 people from the council came past us tonight. What was wrong with the rest
Ms.
of the
Joknowitz,
people?
this is public comment on the Raceway Park hearing only. Do you have a comment on the Raceway
Oh,
Park
I'm
hearing?
so sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll wait then. Thank
Okay.
Okay, anyone else from the public, Gabby?
There are no other raised hands.
Okay, seeing no other hands, I will close the public portion on this and go to council for what is your pleasure on this? Does anyone want to make a motion?
Move it.
Second.
It was moved by Councilman Pischetti. It was seconded by Councilman Rizzoli.
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg Belli?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
Yeah, reluctantly, yes.
Mr. Murphy is absent. Mr. Pischetti?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
President Sohor?
Yes.
We have 8 ayes.
Okay, thank you very much, Kate. Thank you.
Thank you guys very much.
Have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye now. And next is public hearing and/or adoption amendment for those ordinances for second reading. First one is H1, an ordinance to amend Chapter 351, Personal Policies of Revised General Ordinances of the Township of Old Bridge, County of Middlesex, State of New Jersey, to add new 13 entitled self-insurance. Anyone from the council have any questions? Okay, then we have to open it up to the public. This will be for H1.
We've opened the public hearing on hearing 1 for the self-insurance fund. Again, to raise your hand to make comment on this ordinance, press star 9, Option or Alt-Y, or the choose raise hand option in your phone app. We do not have any raised hands, Council President.
Okay, then I'll close the public portion. I'll go to our council. Do I have a motion?
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Greenberg Belli, second by Councilman Rizzoli.
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg Belli?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is absent. Mr. Pischetti?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
President Sohor?
Yes.
We have 8 ayes.
Next will be H2, ordinance authorizing acceptance of deed of dedication and right-of-way for future road widening along a portion of Block 6017.11, Lot 9 on the tax map of Township of Old Bridge, County of Middlesex, State of New Jersey, Waterworks Road. Does any council member have a question or a comment? Seeing no hands, I will open it up to the public. This is for H2.
If you'd like to make a public comment on H2 regarding the acceptance of a right-of-way and deed of dedication, please raise your hand by pressing star 9, Option or Alt-Y, or raise hand option in your phone or computer app. Council President, we do not have any raised hands.
Okay, seeing no raised hands, we'll close it to the public. I'll ask for a motion.
Move it.
Okay, moved by Councilman Rizzoli, second by Dr. Greenberg Belli.
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg Belli?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is absent. Mr. Pischetti?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
President Sohor?
Yes.
We have 8 ayes.
Next, we are going to do the consent agenda, and we're going to do that first. It's a very large consent agenda, and then we will follow that with, at the end, we'll do the comments. Do I have a motion?
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Greenberg Belli, second by Mr. Rizzoli.
Ms. Brown?
No.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg Belli?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin? Mr. Murphy is absent. Mr. Pischetti?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
President Zohor?
Yes.
We have 7 ayes.
Okay, thank you. Next will be our consent agenda. I would ask for separations. We'll start.
Ms. Brown, do you have any separations?
Not at this time.
Mr. De Palma?
C2, C13, and C14.
Dr. Greenberg-Belli?
No, thank you.
Mr. Merwin?
9.
Number 9,
Was that 9?
okay.
Mr. Murphy is absent. Mr. Piscitty?
7.
Mr. Rizzoli?
None, thank you.
Ms. Walker?
Oh, no, thank you.
President Zohor?
C4. Okay, so I would ask for a motion for the balance.
Move the balance.
Second.
Okay, the balance is moved by Councilman Rizzoli. It is seconded by Dr. Greenberg-Belli.
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg-Belli?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is absent. Mr. Piscitty?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
President Zohor?
Yes.
We have 8 ayes.
Next will be C2. Mr. De Palma?
Yeah, so I actually separated C2 and C13 specifically just to kind of address some of the issues that we've had, specifically on Route 9. We've had a lot of accidents and stuff like that, and really just highlight the things that our officers are doing and our police department does. So whether that's the drunk driving enforcement grant that we've received that our officers enforce, and then as well as the click it and ticket. You know, just over the last, I guess it was a month or so now, we've had another fatality on Route 9. It seems to be an ongoing trend, especially on that stretch of road and late at night. You know, really what I wanted to do was just make sure that our residents and everybody, make sure that you are not driving under the influence, make sure that we are safe, make sure you're wearing your seatbelt. The main thing is we want to keep people safe. We understand that there's portions of Route 9, which is a state road, that can become a drag strip, right? It's a very, very long run. We were all young once, we did silly things, but we want to make sure that that the township and everybody that is listening, please be careful on the roads. Our police are out there, they're doing the best that they can, but please just make sure that everybody's safe.
Okay, thank you very much. Are you moving it, Mr. De Palma?
Yes. Second.
Both? Both?
Yes.
Okay. So you made the motion. Who made the second? Mr. Rizzoli. Okay, thank you. And, right.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg-Belli?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is absent. Mr. Piscitty?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
President Zohor?
Yes.
We have 8 ayes.
Okay, next will be C4. I just separated this for the public to know. Chapter 159 for the NJDOT for the year 2021 Local Freight Impact Fund Program. We received a grant in the amount of $900,000. Mr. Shaw, would you like to talk about this a little bit?
I'm going to defer to Nicole,
Or to
our
Mrs.
township
Shaw,
engineer,
absolutely.
who was instrumental in applying for this grant.
Once again, you brought home money.
Thanks, Council. This is actually intersection improvements to Waterworks Road and Perrine Road, that intersection. It's just to better align it, and then there's a slight widening at I guess it would be called then the southeast corner, just to increase the curb radii so that the truck traffic can get in and out of that intersection a little bit better. There's some resurfacing involved of a portion of Waterworks Road and a portion of Perrine Road. And just so you know, in conjunction with this, the engineering office is working on a truck route map for approval by the state.
Thank you very much, and once again, thank you. We've been the recipient of several very good grants. This is another great one for us. So I'll make a motion.
Second.
Okay.
Move it. I don't know if anyone moved it, but.
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma is absent deus. Dr. Greenberg-Belli?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is absent. Mr. Piscitty?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
President Zohor?
Yes.
We have 7 ayes.
Thank you. Next is C7, Mr. Pescetti.
Yes, I just, as a general question, when we have these lawsuits, can I ask legal to give us like a
Mic on?
brief?
Your microphone?
Yeah,
Okay.
a brief of that? Now, I know what this is, but what I'm saying for the public, they may not know what that is.
Well, actually, obviously, it's a zoning board matter.
Right.
So it involves an application in front of the zoning board with their own, Mr. Sachs represents
Understand
the
that.
zoning board, right?
Right.
So I can, because I'm not handling it, I can ask Mr. Sachs to give me the specifics of when these types of matters come in front of the council for sure.
So in the future, I can ask that you will find that out, and then on your attorney report, you can give us a brief?
Again,
That would be great. Thank
No
you so
problem.
much.
All right.
And I'd like to move it.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by Mr. Pescetti, second by Mr. Rizzoli.
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg Belli?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is absent. Mr. Pescetti?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
President Zohor?
Yes.
We have 8 ayes.
Next will be C9, Councilman Merwin.
Yeah, could I, what was this all about? I'm not sure.
If you recall, we had a discussion about trying to do a bulk pickup in the town. I believe we had several meetings. Kyle, in 2019 or 18, Kyle did some initial analysis on the estimated cost. This was an attempt to see if we can afford the bulk waste pickup collection for the town, throughout the town. Unfortunately, if you look at the amount of the cost over 5 years, it's over $3 million, and we did not, even for the 1 year, we didn't anticipate the kind of cost in the budget. So this is, the bid was received. We have to take an official action to reject those bid, and this is the official action.
All right, and what I have here is it says the total was calculated incorrectly, corrected amount on breakdown and resolution, and the reason for the rejection is abandoned project.
Currently, we do not have the ability to, absorb the cost for this.
Could I get a copy of that report? And
The report in terms of, the bid package is included in the package, but certainly, if you need any additional information, we can provide you that.
I would appreciate that.
Sure.
All right, that's it. I'll move it. If not,
Okay,
unless
thank
somebody
you.
else has something.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councilman Merwin, second by Councilman Rizzoli.
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg Belli?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is absent. Mr. Pescetti?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
President Zohor?
Yes.
We have 8 ayes.
Next will be C14, Mr. De Palma.
Yeah, so again, just really separating this just to make sure that we are highlighting some of the work that's going on in town. So a couple weeks ago, or a couple meetings ago, we had a presentation about the work that will potentially be happening within this area, but really just to highlight how our planner and our engineer, our redevelopment agency and planning board have really all come together to make sure that the development that's going on in this town is smart development, clean ratables. This area potentially could have been thousands of homes. Now we're making it into something different, right? By using the redevelopment agency and the redevelopment zones, we're able to kind of get there and get more cleaner ratables without putting excess strain on our schools and our infrastructure. So I just wanted to make sure that, the township and everybody that's listening is aware of the things that we are doing to make sure that we're keeping Old Bridge as nice as possible, as well as developing the right way instead of just overdeveloping.
Madam Chairperson.
Mr. Merwin.
Yes, sir.
The recommendation, Mark, maybe you can tell us what their recommendation does what?
Sure. So this is part of the whole redevelopment process. So the planning board had a public hearing where our potential planner, Venus Swan, prepared an investigative report. The planning board, under the redevelopment law, conducts a public hearing based upon the report that Ms. Swan had prepared. And at that hearing, the planning board had agreed with the recommendation to designate the properties in question as an area in need of redevelopment. And they adopted a resolution. And so the next step in the redevelopment process is that the council, because ultimately it's the council who would adopt the redevelopment plan that would become an ordinance, is given the task of whether or not agreeing or not agreeing with the recommendation of the planning board, and it's the council who ultimately designates the area as an area in need of redevelopment.
Okay, so if there was going to be, I mean, that was with just the recommendation that property be done.
Yeah.
Something like flyovers or anything else is our job.
Ultimately, what happens if the council agrees and designates this as an area in redevelopment, the next step of the process is a redevelopment plan is prepared by Ms. Sawant. The plan, it's called a plan, but ultimately becomes a zoning ordinance. And then that comes back to council, and council introduces it, gets referred to the planning board, and ultimately adopts.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Right?
Okay. Anyone else have a question? Motion?
I'll
I'll
move it.
move it. Second it.
Okay, moved by De Palma, second by Councilman Merwin.
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg Belli?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is absent. Mr. Piscitty?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
President Sohor?
Yes.
8 ayes, President.
Okay, next will be discussion. Regulate and restrict the photographing, video, and/or audio recording inside government buildings.
Madam President, are you going to do discussion first?
Yes.
Council President, Captain Fritz will give you the overview on the proposed ordinance.
Yes, good evening, Captain Fritz.
Good evening. How's everybody doing?
Good, thank you.
All right. Just to give everybody a little bit of history, about 3 years ago in February, we had a little incident here in a township building involving a female who came in to videotape in public spaces, and she wound up getting a little bit too far into an office, scared one of our employees. It was quite an involved process. Hamashi was involved. I was involved. The woman wound up being arrested. She was eventually convicted. But the process, although the incident itself only took 5-10 minutes, we spent over a year, I believe, in court. And in that year, with all the subpoenas, I was out of the office, Hamashu, Mr. Shaw was out of the office, people from the engineering department were out of the office, I had a lieutenant out of the office, so it caused quite a bit of disruption in township services over somebody claiming to just want to exercise their First Amendment rights. So with this ordinance, what I'm looking to do is to empower the mayor to set certain areas within the township, within its buildings, not outside, but inside, and maybe even certain areas outside, that are restricted to videotaping, photographing, and audio taping, in the hopes that it will allow us to do our jobs and we don't get distracted or prevented from doing it. For example, offices would be restricted, no videotaping by outside people within offices or places where we enjoy our lunches and things like that. Public spaces will remain public spaces, and there's some different classifications of those spaces within the ordinance that allows us to restrict and regulate those kind of movement and things. So people will still have their First Amendment rights to come and videotape us as we do our jobs, but not to the point where it actually interferes us doing our jobs. And that's the hopes of this ordinance. So, any
Thank
questions?
you. Anyone have questions for?
I do.
Thanks,
How you doing?
Captain. Appreciate it.
Bless you.
My question is, since this right now is a public meeting,
Correct.
right? So if somebody when the public is allowed in, if someone's here and they want to record, do their own recording of the meeting, that would be allowed though, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's a public meeting, absolutely.
Okay, good. So this, what you're interested in doing is just in areas, like restricted areas, like the whole police area is restricted. I'm not even allowed to go in there, right? So,
Correct. The whole point there is to designate ahead of time restricted areas. I mean, I believe the mayor, and Mark, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe the mayor would have the authority to restrict videotape anywhere inside the buildings. But in the hopes of keeping things open to the public to have come in, we're going to pre-designate areas that they could do so and still allow us to do our work. But yeah, public spaces are still public spaces.
okay, thank you. Sounds very reasonable.
I think it's safety of our employees also an issue, because this videotaping, they go close to the employee's face, and I don't think those are appropriate. Videotaping should not be permitted in those in offices settings, so.
Mr. Council, that's a driving force behind this to protect the township employees.
Up, anyone else have Mr. De Palma? And then Mr. Merwin, yes?
So, Captain, so this would, like, prohibit someone from walking into the tax assessor's office and videotaping and things like that, where they shouldn't be videotaping already because there might be non-public information out there for township resident or business or stuff like that, where could have social security numbers or whatnot.
Correct. So here's the problem. So we have areas that are restricted, physically restricted. But with a camera or a video camera, you can zoom in through a window or over a desk and capture somebody else's personal information. So by enacting the ordinance, it gives us the ability to warn these people and remove them if necessary from the building to prevent that from happening, because we're responsible to safeguard that information. So it gives us a little bit of teeth if we need it. I think the township, I think we're kind of lacking a little bit of that currently, and it has created a little bit of a problem. Like I said, we spent a year in court over what could have been probably prevented had we had something in place and the rules were posted and so on and so forth.
Okay, so this wouldn't prevent someone, like Councilman Peschitti said, videotaping in here, maybe even in the hallway coming into here, but it would restrict someone from going into our attorney's office and videotaping, or into the mayor's office and videotaping where there may be personal files or something like that.
Absolutely. And the other concern we have too is, like from the police perspective, you know, unfortunately, we have parents here who exchange their children in our lobby. And honestly, I don't think that needs to be videotaped. So we have witnesses who come in, we have victims of crime who come in to report those incidents here, and we don't need somebody necessarily walking around with a video camera capturing those people at probably one of the worst moments in their lives. So we're just looking to mitigate that ahead of time, restrict or eliminate if necessary those things. So obviously public open spaces out in the courtyard, things like that, will remain open to the public, of course.
I mean, it makes perfect sense, as long as we're not prohibiting folks from doing what their First Amendment or constitutionally they're allowed to do. I mean, I think it's just tightening up the rules, and that's fine.
Yes.
Excellent, thank you.
Councilman Merwin?
Yes. Would this prevent employees from audio recording any interaction they may have with their superiors or their?
That I don't set that policy. The police department has
set a law, so you know.
Okay. Well, that would depend on the language of the ordinance that's adopted. The police department, we already have that in place through general orders. That would be up to the mayor and council if they wanted to do something along those lines to prevent employees from videotaping their bosses.
Mr. Attorney.
You had audio tape.
The what?
You said audio.
I said audio recording, yes.
Which is different from video.
The what?
It's different than video.
No, yeah, but it's got everything on here. Video and audio.
I think the idea is it's here for the public. I think
Well, I understand what we think.
So what happens internally, is those are policies and procedures that would be in our handbook, and that would dictate that. And I'm not sure if we even have a policy or procedure on that aspect off the top of my head. But it wouldn't be by this particular ordinance.
Okay. Anyone else from the council have any questions for Captain Fritz? Okay.
I just would want to add that I think it's very important. Safety is paramount, and a lot of times you don't know who's coming into the buildings, and you shouldn't infringe on just the situations that you explained that go on in the daily police business. It's hard for people to understand those, but people deserve their privacy too. So I think it's a wise move.
Thank you.
Yeah, I thank you for all the time that you spent putting this together, and I think it is timely, and I think we do need to move forward with something like this. And thank you for your hard work.
If you're inclined, you would need a motion to instruct the legal department to commence with drafting an ordinance.
Okay, Dr. Greenberg Belli made a motion. Mr. Rizzoli second the motion.
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg Belli?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin? Mr. Murphy is absent. Mr. Piscitty?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
President Sohor?
Yes.
That's 8 ayes.
Okay, and thank you again for the presentation. Very appreciated.
Thank you very much for your time.
You have a good evening. Thank you. Okay, if everyone will bear with me this evening, we're going to do ordinances for first reading now, and then we'll go back to discussion. Okay, the FR1 is an ordinance of the Township of Old Bridge, amending 250 of the Code of the Township of Old Bridge entitled Old Bridge Township Land Development Ordinance by amending 250038.1 entitled Economic Development Opportunity District Zoning and Design Standards. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Okay. Motion by Councilwoman Greenberg Belli, second by Councilman Rizzoli.
Talk about it? Planner was going to talk about it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I apologize.
No, Council President, this is the first reading, so it's no,
Right,
Yeah, no discussion.
right.
I agree, it's no discussion.
Okay. That's what I thought, but
Ms. Brown, you said yes, right? Okay,
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg Belli?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is absent. Mr. Piscitty?
Abstain.
Abstain. Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
President Sohor?
yeah, yes for first reading.
We have 7 ayes, 1 abstention, and 1 absent.
Thank you very much. Okay, next will be our next discussion item is beach parking fees requested by Public Works. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Council President and members of council. I wanted to give an overview of our beach parking lots and the ordinance that's currently on the books. There's 4 parking lots spread out throughout Lawrence Harbor and Cliffwood Beach. The first one is right on the northern edge of Lawrence Harbor, right on near the South Amboy border, and the number 4 is on the Monmouth County border. So they're pretty well spread out. Next slide. The first parking lot is the Old Bridge Waterfront Park. This is Paul's Beach. There's 124 parking stalls there. The next one is behind Hoffman's Deli. There is 62 parking stalls there. The third one is the Bayview parking lot, which is down a little hill right on the water. There's 10 stalls there. And the fourth one is the Cliffwood Beach parking lot, where there's 59 stalls. There's a total of 255 parking stalls at these 4 locations. The existing ordinance is from 1979, which charges $1 a day for residents of the township and $2 a day for non-residents. Within the ordinance, there's also a charge per persons in the vehicle. The first 4 people are covered under the $1 fee, and then there is an additional 25 cents per person in the vehicle. This ordinance only covers what is considered the waterfront parking lot, so we're looking to expand the ordinance to cover the 4 areas. The reason for the change is there's been a great increase in the usage of the waterfront in the last several years. We have increased police patrols down there with our beach unit, as well as having to bring in Public Works employees on the weekends to do trash cleanup. There's a lot of overflowing trash cans as well as beach cleanups that are taking place. Our recommendation is to go to a $1 per hour parking fee structure there by installing parking meters, doing an enforcement from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., and enforcing parking between May 1st and November 1st. Our police department did a survey of other surrounding Bayshore communities, and they found that those communities are charging $1 to $3 per hour as well. So we thought the $1 per hour would be right in line with those fees and would offset the costs that the township is incurring for maintaining those areas. Have any questions?
Did this go through, like, we have a parking committee, right? We have a regular board that's parking.
We have a commuter parking committee, yes.
Oh, that's commuter parking. Yeah, I was just wondering if that went through them. So I guess because it's, what'd you say, Councilman Merwin?
There was a parking and something committee.
There's a transportation committee.
So
I don't believe it's active committee.
Are there meters there for payments? How do people pay?
We would have to install a parking meter at each parking lot, similar to what we installed in the commuter lots in 2018. This would be, you would be able to pay by credit card through a payment app on your phone or using coins at the pay station.
So then each stall will be numbered, and then they put in the number?
You won't need to number the stall. It'll be pay by plate. You'll insert your plate number into the machine or on the app, and then between our existing parking attendant and our police department, we will use our license plate reader cars to drive through the lots and identify who is paid and who is not paid.
Thank you.
So do we do a cost study? How much is this going to cost to install all these? What's the return on the investment? And what's it going to cost to, monitor it?
The monitoring costs would be incorporated into our regular parking lot rotations right now. We currently do our lots, the commuter lots, and under normal times we do them Monday through Friday, so part of his route will include hitting those 4 lots as well. We have not done a cost analysis as to how long it will take to pay back the meters.
That would be a good idea.
Any other council person?
Councilman, in terms of the cost analysis, we do have our cost, installation cost, equipment cost, and the software cost that we existingly using the commuter parking lot on Route 9. So we have an idea on the cost, and I can tell you that recovery from waterfront parking would be much more faster than even this, because we have $1 a day on the Route 9 parking lot. This will be $1 an hour, so you can see the amount will be quite higher. So but we'll give you those calculation.
Okay, and the monitoring for violations, is that done by the police department, or do we have like a meter maid?
The police department would cover the weekends, and our regular parking attendant would cover the Monday through Friday schedule. And he would notify the PD to write summons.
Right, so there's an additional cost there of police manpower.
It's the same process we do on Route 9. It's not, the process is not going to be different. It's it's pretty much same process. And the weekend cost is going to be incorporated in the routine patrol, but we'll put together those estimates for when we, for the public hearing purposes on the ordinance.
Weekends, during the school year, we have RSROs, school officers. During the summer, when they're not in school, Memorial to Labor Day, they work the beachfront. So that's why we'll have them. It's not going to be any cost incurred on the police department.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, did any other council, Mr. Berwin?
Yeah, I have a few questions. Do we charge anybody to park at Gike Park?
No, we don't.
No,
Do we charge anybody to park at Vets Park?
no.
How about Menino Park?
About what?
Menino Park?
No.
You charge them to park there?
We do not charge at any municipal parks currently. They're not.
So, one of our largest parks in town, you want to tell our taxpayers that they got to park at it, that they got to pay to park there. You got to tell the people in Lawrence Harbor who live on the other side of the highway to drive their car down to go utilize the waterfront park that they got to pay to park.
If they're going to be using community park lot and beachfront, it's not just going to be, we cannot separate the visitors from out of town versus the town. So if we're going to charge, we have to charge everyone. And there is an influx of out-of-towners. Remember, you recommended that we do limit the parking, residential parking.
Yeah, that's right.
That will increase as it increases the influx on these parking lots. So
Those people have a right to
makes
use it
sense.
too,
It makes sense that we have a recovery of the cost associated with those parking lot, with the trash collections.
It makes
and safety
sense to
patrol.
charge our residents to utilize our park. Is that what you just said?
It makes sense where we cannot separate who parks there. So we cannot say if you're out of town, you have to pay for it.
Again,
So
if you got people coming from out of town at Gike Park, Vets Park, and Menino Park, you can't separate them either.
correct, but those parks are not as heavily used from out of towns coming into town. Those are limited for the specific purpose used in those facilities, those parks.
So again, the people that live in Lawrence Harbor or further up on Cliffwood Beach that drive their cars down to utilize that waterfront park, you're going to charge them to utilize that park.
Yes. Proposal. If the council decides not to do that.
Well, there's one though.
I mean, this is something that we had discussed in the past, based on your recommendation to do restrict the parking.
You had that. I never agreed to that. I mean, you go back and check that videotape. That day I told you I wasn't for that.
I don't
But
need,
then again,
I don't videotape my bosses.
Hey, then again, here we're talking about parking lots. Put the parking lots back up.
Maybe we can have a resident sticker, and residents can park free. Wouldn't that be nice?
Right to the map of all.
We already have an ordinance that says $2 out of town, $1 in town.
Now, here we have these maps, this map of our parking lots. One is owned and maintained or leased. The property is leased and the parking lot is owned by the county. 2 is owned by the township. 3 is the county. And 4 is the county. So have we discussed this with them?
Councilman, at the Menino Park, at the Vets Park, we don't have a patrol, 4 officers stationed there throughout the summer, do we? We don't.
So because we have cops there with nothing else to do, we should charge our residents to park. That's what you're saying.
No, you just
No, that's
twisting
what you're
words.
saying.
And I know you like to do that. That's okay.
No, that's
Understood
what
that.
you're saying.
No, the purpose of this is that we can recover the cost associated with specific costs. Now you're converting into, we're not doing it here, we're not doing it there. When I give you reason, you're saying, okay, we do that. So it's twisting of the words. Okay, understood.
Manchu, our residents that live in Lawrence Harbor and Cliffwood Beach, or for that matter, our residents that live in Central Park, Madison Park, Sherwood South, South Oldbridge, that drive down to that waterfront park should not have to pay to park at our parks. Just like they don't pay at Gike Park, Menino Park, and Vets Park. It's as easy as that. It's that simple.
Okay, Kyle, Kyle, is
But
it
if this
possi-
council wants to approve it, hey, what are you gonna do?
This is a discussion. That's why that's the
That's
purpose.
exactly.
Okay? You don't have to be angry when we're discussing it.
So I have.
Kyle, is it possible to do, provide any way differentiate that?
Yes, we could do a season pass for Old Bridge residents. The 1979 ordinance does have a season pass, that's $5.
There you go.
I think we need to raise that fee because.
Charging them.
Yeah, I was going to suggest the same thing, a season pass, or also just, parking decal. Those two things were already mentioned. But if you can do something where maybe within a certain week span, maybe it's free for residents, something like that. I think maybe there's a workaround. But I do understand there has to be some type of revenue for the town too, so.
Anyone else?
I understand it is unfortunate when a resident who lives here pays taxes, then has to incur another cost. But I will have to say, I grew up in a shore town. I went to the beachfront, I parked my car, I paid. And that was just a fact of life because they're premium spots, and it's seasonal, and that's how you look at it. It is unfortunate, and, it's just the cost, because there is a high cost of maintaining that area, keeping it clean, patrolling the area. So I think any reasonable resident would understand. They want their beachfront clean, they want things maintained, and they want it safe and secure. So I don't think, that there should be a problem. I hope not, but like I said, I lived on a shore town. It never came to mind that I went there and said, oh, I live here, I shouldn't have to pay, because then they would say, okay, during the season, they need to generate a fund to maintain things, then they want just out-of-towners? No. So you have to look at things from all sides, and sometimes it's not easy, and it is unfortunate.
Anyone else have a comment? Mrs. Walker?
Yes, if we do this, I would like to see some kind of resident decal or something like that. But it was my understanding that I thought Mr. Merwin had gotten complaints from residents down there that they wanted to do something about the pay to park because of all the out-of-state residents coming there and parking. That's what I thought initiated this.
Could you put your mic on? Thank you.
I turned it off. Yeah.
Okay, anyone? I do have one question. Mr. Merwin had said about the two lots being owned by the county. Who pays for the maintenance on that, cleanup and all of that?
We do some of the maintenance, and the county does some of the maintenance in those areas.
Okay. Anyone
Council
else?
President, I'd just like to, we have no choice. We have to provide the services at the beachfront. There's no doubt that we're going to cancel the beach patrol or we're not going to pick up the garbage. We have to incur, and we have to provide these services. And the decision I think the council needs to consider is that the people using those facilities, should they incur the cost, or do we spread it out over the whole, people who've never been to the beach and people who don't use the beach? They're going to have to pay for it. So I think most shore towns have made the decision, the people using the facilities that pay for the upkeep and not spread that cost over the whole township. So somebody's got to pay for it. It's either going to be paid for the people who use it or the people who every taxpayer in the town is going to have to pay a portion of it. So, and it is a substantial amount of money, and it's only going to get more and more as the beach becomes more popular. We have a pretty large contingent there on the weekends, keeping it safe for most of the people there who are not from Old Bridge. I've been there on the weekends, and most of the people on that beachfront are not from Old Bridge. They have out-of-state plates. So that's all you have to consider. We don't want to punish anyone, but who's going to pay for it? The people using it or everyone? And most of the people do not use the beachfront in Old Bridge if you took the population. So somebody's got to pay for it. Sure. That's all we need to consider, and we're good either way.
Okay, thank you. Mr. De Palma? Excuse me, can I let Mr. De Palma go first, please?
So either Kyle or Mr. Shaw, is there a way that we could have just a cost analysis of what it costs us versus what this would bring in? And then also what it would cost if we were going to do some sort of placard or whatnot for township residents. Can we just see if we could run that down? And then with the plate readers, and I don't know, and even with the parking attendant, is there a way that if they run the plates and they're going around, can they see that if it's an Old Bridge resident just by the plate? I mean, I know addresses aside, but is there a way that could happen? So it could mitigate the cost of a township sticker?
Kyle, I don't think plate reader.
Yeah, the plate reader that our parking attendant doesn't have that information.
Okay.
And also, you got to remember that Old Bridge has many different zip codes, and it's hard to differentiate who is a resident, who's not, based on the mailing address.
I know. If I went down there with the Matawan mailing address, I'd be getting ticketed. Okay, yeah. If we could, let's get a cost analysis out there. I understand that if it's going to cost X, and it's going to, we're going to bring in X, and it's going to offset. Okay, we probably need to figure that out, but I would say that we need to mitigate any cost to our citizens, but also the folks that are coming from, whether it's certain other parts of New Jersey or parts of New York or wherever they're coming from, they should be paying to park in our township. So if we can just try to figure out something that'll mitigate any cost to our township, but also at the same time will fund what we have to clean up down there. Because in the summer months, I mean, my wife goes down there often enough. I know in the summer there's a lot more trash versus I think my wife and my children were there today, and there's probably not as much because it's not being so heavily used yet. But in the next 2 to 3 weeks, once the weather breaks, it's a totally different ball game, and I understand that. So if we could just start to get like what the costs are, what we did last year versus what this potentially would bring in. I just want to make sure that we're offsetting and not looking at it as a revenue source. It should be just an offset of our costs, not a revenue.
We'll do the cost analysis on overall what is currently costing to maintain the beachfront and what this revenue will estimate those. But separating whether town residents versus, we don't have those analyses, how many town residents parks there versus commuter out-of-towners. So that will be difficult, until we really experience that.
No, I'm not
We'll
asking.
certainly do the cost analysis.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not asking to see whether or not we could say 62% of all the people that use it are out-of-town residents or out-of-town cars, because obviously we can't do that because there's no way that the plate readers could do it. Just what it would cost. What did it cost last year? Did it cost, $50,000 in total cost to clean up, and then this would bring in, $51,000 or whatever that might be. I mean, we probably have a guesstimation of what the number of cars that are in there, on the weekends, what it would cost, and then go from there. Like I said, I don't think it should be a revenue source. This should just be an offsetted cost.
Anyone else? Mr. Berwin?
Yes. Utilizing the mayor's analogy, there's associated cost of Guyte Park, Vets Park, Menino Park. So we should be charging for parking there. There's
My
no
analogy, you
difference.
can't compare the cost.
Mayor, there's no
You just
difference.
can't
There's
do it.
cost. There's cost.
Intelligent
So
person.
if we as a municipality are trying to make money on our residents, then we should do it township-wide.
Okay, anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, so we have come to the conclusion we're asking for a cost analysis, correct?
All right, thank you. We'll get that put together.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Okay, our next discussion item is requirement for all council members to undergo mandatory cultural competency training requested by Councilwoman Brown.
So this actual mandate was put together by the Human Relations Council that was created by, ironically, the mayor and the council here. So after reviewing the letter, and I'm sure everyone here got the letter, it states a number of requirements that the Human Relations Council would like this council to undergo. And this one in particular, the first one, the requirement for mandatory cultural competency training, is something that I requested for a while, and it's very interesting that it's still not happening. So I just want to speak to why it's important, because I know that it has been a bone of contention here. Number one, a lot of the discussions that we've had here over the years have been xenophobic, racist, and another thing is there's a lot of talk about Democrats, Republicans, Democrats do this, immigrants do this. And so I think the Human Relations Council, the idea behind what they were trying to speak on here was that no matter what we believe personally, we still are serving everybody in this community. So as leaders, when we say things that are divisive, it's really bad for our community. So I'm not going to speak entirely for the Human Relations Council, but I'm going to imagine that they've been watching the meetings and they see that there is really divisive rhetoric. And so just as much as I have pushed for this, obviously now a council that this council has put together is in agreement that the language used here is very, very divisive. I will also say that the attempts to repeatedly say that we're not biased by a lot of people here on the dais looks more biased. The more there's so much aggression saying, I'm not racist, I'm not this, the more the people screaming that look racist. And you know, I haven't called anyone here that, but I know for certainty that I've been told by people in this town that they are disgusted by the comments made about people of color. And so I put this on the agenda tonight because the Human Relations Council actually put this on their agenda and made a letter asking for this to be a mandatory training for our council here based on what they've seen. So I just wanted to go ahead and fulfill their wish with that. Another thing I do want to say very quickly, too. I know that the people who sit here on the dais with me don't understand the perspective of other people because of how I have been treated here, and again, because of the things that they're saying in general. I've seen more passion about parking, which is very interesting, and not the same level of compassion when it comes to talking about people who are immigrants. I've heard people called aliens, murderers, and I just, again, I think that when we start injecting those conversations into a place where we really should be creating more community, it really trickles down into how people treat each other in our school system and also just throughout the neighborhoods that exist here. Another thing is, I think the censoring of people is very, it's dangerous. You know, when you start cutting off the meeting, and you know, I'm an adult. I don't care if you cut me off at the meeting. That's fine. Like, I can still be heard. I can still talk. But when you start cutting off the public comments because you don't like what people are saying, I think people are also watching. People were especially miffed because of the last meeting. While people were calling in and commenting, people were, you know, trifling through their bag and, you know, walking around, scratching themselves, you know, just very disrespectful behavior. So I think that all of those things point to why everyone here really needs to be more understanding of the whole entire community they serve. So this is a discussion, so if anyone has anything to say, that'd be great. I'm going to guess no one does, but.
Councilwoman Brown, just had a couple questions. So,
Sure.
The one thing that I would, and I you know, didn't recognize that that it's a requirement. The concern I would have is that typically requirements for elected officials are established by the state. For instance, if you're on the planning board or zoning board, the state requires you to have certain training in order to, you know, that you have to fulfill. And similarly, I think, you know, I've got to remember when I was a school board member, if you're a school board member, there's a requirement that board members, and it's set by the state, undergo certain training in order to sit on the board. They have to complete with a certain number of years. So the concern would be when you establish something that the state doesn't require, you're in essence putting a mandate for elected officials to fulfill. So the point would be is what would happen, for instance, if a council member gets elected and that particular council member decides, well, I'm not going to participate, or I don't want to undergo the mandatory training. What's the impact of that? How do you enforce that?
Well, this was put together by the Human Relations Council, so I put it up here because I wanted to make sure that what they stated was recognized. But again, I will try to envision what maybe their thoughts were, which is when things get as contentious as they have, I think there's a concern that this is trickling down into the community. So, yeah, obviously we can't mandate training. It's something I've been asking for since I've got up here because I've heard certain conversations that were appalling. But, yeah, of course we can't mandate it. But I would definitely say it looks bad on the part of everyone sitting up here, based especially on the conversations that they've had, the things that they say that are on public record, to not at least put forth the appearance, at least, of being inclusive or being understanding. So, I mean, obviously, yeah, we can't mandate it. This is a decree that was put forth by the Human Relations Council that was actually created by, I would believe, the mayor here to look more inclusive. And even they are saying it's not working. Creating a council of people to show equality is not enough. So, yeah, I wouldn't know how to answer that question. We cannot certainly force people to take training, but like I said, it doesn't look very good if people are that adamant against it.
No, I get that. I just want to make sure because the request is about mandatory training, and from their perspective, it's really something that the township couldn't mandate, couldn't adapt an ordinance because, again, you're in essence what it would be doing is creating another obligation in order to hold office, right? And I think presently, in order to run for office, you have to be a resident, have to be a certain age, and the concern would be is something that would be a requirement that the state doesn't already require could potentially disenfranchise people because they're electing people, and if you adopt an ordinance that says that you have to do it, and then the person chooses not to do it, and someone seeks to get them removed, so then you go down that rabbit hole. So you wouldn't want to go in that rabbit hole. So that's why I understand their concern. I think there's no ability to, and I think as you had stated, there's no ability for a municipality to mandate that their elected officials require this type of training or any type of training, actually. So just want to address that point.
Yeah, I wish it could be mandated, but yeah, I wanted to respect the request of the Human Relations Council because I definitely want to recognize the fact that the people that work on that council would like to be heard, and we can't create committees or councils here just to look good and not actually listen to some of the requests that they have. And so I wanted to make sure that we at least brought it forth and addressed it.
Madam Chairperson.
Yes, Mr. Merwin.
To the administration, is it possible to have cultural competency training that is not mandatory, that if you set it up, who comes, and who doesn't?
Well, I think ultimately that's an administrative decision. I think to the extent that if you want council members, but I don't think you can mandate it, that you have it and set it up in an ordinance. Again, I think, we have been discussions in the past that if council members want to have that ability to have that type of training, they can certainly, the council can look for programs through the clerk's office, and the clerk can find programs for council to take. And I know that certainly employees and at least managers are required to have a certain amount of discrimination, diversity training, that's something that our JIF requires, if I
Yeah.
recall that.
Yeah.
Hamanchu, as part of the training that you have annually?
Do have a number of different training for employees and seminars that we host. We can certainly look through that and may, see if there's anything related to this available out there.
To the councilwoman, that cultural competency training, it sounds like it is a program or something.
Yeah, I mean, it can be a series of trainings. It can be one. I mean, considering what's been said here, I would recommend a series for sure. It's clear that there's a lack of understanding and awareness on the part of most people on this body here. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely a requirement for employees, but not a requirement. Unfortunately, I mean, people could be any mental capacity, mental state, and still run for office, and if they win, they win. I mean, if I had it my way, I would say there needs to be psychological testing and everything to be a leader. It's a very important role to be a leader, and to literally jump into that position and have your own biases and your own feelings and your own little circle be the only purview you have about life. I think it's harmful to communities. You can't just look to your left and your right and, oh, my friends agree with me and therefore I'm a good person. When you're presiding over a whole community of people, thousands of people, some are brown, some are short, some are tall, some are fat, some are skinny, whatever, I think there does need to be a level of awareness of how you talk. Because hello, I just got a threatening email, which, by the way, I've heard people say they didn't think it was threatening. But everyone on this council read the entire email, I'm sure, and it was despicable. But when we say things here, we are giving license, so to speak, for the public to then think that's okay as well. When there's a lack of respect to me or anybody here, then we are now saying this is okay. It's just like any other leadership role, it all trickles down. So yeah, like I said, we can't mandate it, that's fine, but I would go ahead and say that if this is a body that was put together by this administration and they are saying this is so important that they want it mandated, I would think it would be a good idea and a very good look to actually go ahead and do it. My thoughts.
They're not going to mandate it because you can't.
Well, they can't mandate it, but it's their recommendation. Let's put it that way.
I get that, and I just to that point, I think one of the things too that the Human Relations Council, I think they weren't clear as to what their particular role was, and having read that particular statement while they issued it, it's my belief and belief that they exceeded what their purpose is. If you read the ordinance, it goes beyond that, and the concern would be is those types of statements, and this will go into the next
I was thinking the same
request,
yeah.
Right? Is the fact that a lot of these boards, and I'm never a big proponent of having big government because I think unfortunately it just leads to further problems. When you have individuals who don't have experience and then they operate, and I understand they may be well-meaning, the problem becomes they open themselves up to potential liability. So when these boards act and they act outside the scope, then there's the danger that those individuals in those board, well, they may be well-meaning. The problem is they're acting outside the scope of their approval, their authority mandated by the ordinance. They can become personally liable, and those are the dangers when you have these advisory boards that exist, and they have meetings, but they typically don't have their own counsel. They typically don't have someone there who can guide them, and then they end up taking actions that are potentially harmful to them as individual members. And that was one of the concerns, and I relayed that to those members as well. They may thought that was the process that they take, but if in fact an action that's taken that's outside the scope of their authority, that's ordained by the Township Code, that leads to someone being injured, well, then they're potentially liable, and the town's not going to be in a position to be able to defend those persons.
Okay.
So that's why, you know, when you have these advisories, like the task force, I'm not sure what that, you know.
Yeah, can we go into that one then? Yeah. So, you know, I brought this one here as well because that was another request of the Human Relations Council. Again, I am summarizing what they possibly were thinking. I was, you know, I watched the meeting perhaps as other people did and did not really go into depth about what exactly they wanted. But with listening to the meeting and what their ask was, it's that basically they would like an expansion of their power, if you will, because currently, just as you stated, they really don't have any. From what their concern is just that they've been placed there possibly just as an aesthetic, but not actually to change things in this town. And again, based on what they've been seeing, I think we can look at like social media pages here and a number of different entities, including the leadership here. I think, again, this was concerning to them, and so they want to make sure that there is a task force that can expand the reach of what they're doing. So I think currently, as you just stated, they really don't have very much authority to do anything. So, I mean, maybe then I can ask this question to the mayor. What was the point of creating this council again, or resurrecting it? Because I know it existed before, but what was the actual point of reviving this council? Oh, okay, maybe. I'll repeat.
Sorry, I'm losing my hearing. I have
It's
to
okay.
apologize.
It's all right. I'll repeat. So I was asking, I know the Human Relations Council existed before. I just am curious, what was the point of resurrecting it now? I know it got resurrected post George Floyd's murder, but what was the actual point of reviving this committee, this Human Relations Council?
I thought it would be a positive to have people on the Human Relations Council make Old Bridge a better place. I'd never thought they were going to attack council members or be the judge, jury, and executioner. I never expected that from them. I interviewed them all. The members that I appoint, I don't believe the council has made any appointments. And they all told me in my office in front of a witness that none of them had a political agenda. They were not part of any political group that was going to go after elected officials. And I can't tell you how disappointed I am in their behavior. So my intention was not what the result was.
Okay, so you believe that the Human Relations Council members have attacked council members?
I read a letter that was prepared from the Human Relations Commission, yes. I believe they did name council members.
Was it an attack? You perceived
What's
it
the question? I believe I gave an answer. I'm not going to be interrogated.
I'm trying to understand where the attack happened. I didn't see that in the letter.
Oh, I did.
Okay. What I did see was very intentional description of things that happened and the people that they felt were either complicit or active members in whatever the behavior was. So I didn't see that as an attack at all. Again, this is so interesting. You saw that as an attack. But nobody here thought anything about I didn't get, not one person would even respond to my email when I actually got a threatening email. But the Human Relations Council that you put together says that they don't like the discriminant behavior of certain people, and you perceive that as an attack on certain people. Because, I mean, I can read it, and there was no attack. It was literally saying these behaviors need to be addressed, essentially. I didn't see that as an attack. And I think that everyone that's on the commission, I think they're probably just decent people who want to see better behavior by the leaders in their town. And so,
if I could, I'm sorry, Councilwoman.
Sure,
I think
go
the
right
issue,
ahead.
though, is that if you read the ordinance, it's clearly not part of what that council, as the ordinance reads, is tasked to do, right? Obviously, it's the idea when you read the ordinance is to go out to the community, bring the community together, and deal with issues in the community. And I think that's really the function of the council itself. When and again, it's advisory. So these are not policy making bodies, and you know, so when they're trying to fulfill duties or put forth duties that doesn't fall within what they're required to do, then there's a concern there, right? And my concern from the township's perspective and their perspective, any of these boards, to ensure is that what they're doing is appropriate, that what they're doing is within the scope of their authority so that there are no liabilities. Right?
So I see what you're saying. I just think this is strange because literally the council is now being, to me, it sounds like, they're kind of being spoken of derogatorily, and the reality is they're concerned. So if the intention behind creating the council was to make the town a better place, and they're literally saying these words are harmful and taking away from this town being a better place, I don't understand why that's considered an attack. That's just very strange to me that those words would be used when these are concerned people who live in our town who are saying what you're saying is divisive. Especially, I mean, I live and I reside over Ward 3, which is, I have a huge immigrant population. When we start saying certain things, I mean, we could talk about Ward 1, a lot of the wards have immigrants in them. Ward 2, 5, 6, 4, all of them, right? And so I wouldn't see that as an attack for people who are residents of this town to say, enough. We don't want to have certain conversations. It's not in our purview to decide what the governor wants to do with ICE and whatever else. We can have our personal opinions, that's fine. But when we are literally in charge of a town that consists of more than just Republicans, we can't just lead. Like our only constituents that need to be paid attention to are the ones that look like us. And I think that was the concern. So, it's very sad to me that you would see that as an attack and not actually as something to really pay attention to. And I think that speaks again to why training is necessary, because when we can't listen to somebody else that doesn't look like us or sound like us or feel like us without thinking it's an attack, that's a huge problem if we're going to be leaders. So I'll leave it at that. But I will definitely say that, of course, I'm for the training. Whether it's mandated or not, I will definitely do it because I'm sure I have my own biases as well. And, I hope that we can, at least come to an agreement that some type of understanding needs to be made so that way we can, have a peaceful community or at least not make it go downhill and not be less peaceful, I'll put it that way. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Seeing no hands.
But are we going to, is the administration going to set up some?
Again, I think what, I will not put word in Councilwoman Brown's request is it's for council. So if council wants to, it's within their purview to do what council wants to do for council. As the administration currently, employees receive training. So I think it's the request is with respect to council. If council wants to, have training programs available to council, that's up to council.
Yeah, I want to say this again too, real quick. I think the other problem is that training mandatory for people who are employees, and you have to be mindful when you have employees, no sexual harassment, no, disparate treatment, etc. I think it's also concerning that we only care about the people that can sue us. So yeah, people in the township, I mean, they could also sue us, don't get me wrong here. But it seems like that's the concern, and it shouldn't be an optics thing. It should literally be, we are leaders, let us try to do leadership in the most sound and compassionate and logical way that we can. And so
are you saying that I made nothing about?
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm saying in general. I would hope that would be what we want to do. So, I would be for it, and I can see why it was put on as something that they requested. But it's a discussion. So if we can move it up, that would be great. If we can move it up to, would be first reading? Or
I'm just a little unclear of what it is that.
So it doesn't have to be mandatory, but could we at least do some type of write-up where we have training be on the table? So we are going to have training available. We can look at the budget for that and see it's not, particularly expensive. I actually know some people who would be happy to do it, so we can at least start in that direction.
Okay, so does anyone have any comments? Does anyone have anything else to add?
Was she moving that as a motion?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
It just,
Right.
all right.
Yeah, if we could move it up to,
Well, that's what I'm saying. You're trying to. The motion would be investigate having different type of training courses available, making different
Yes.
type of training courses available to council.
yeah, and I mean, that could include harassment in general, that can include a number of things, but I definitely think it should be something we look into.
I'll second it.
Well, thank you.
Have a motion made by Mrs. Brown and a second by Mr. Merwin.
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
I just want to just clarify one thing. So what are we moving up? The fact that,
I don't think you're moving up anything.
Oh.
I think the issue is that Councilwoman Brown had requested that the council investigate and provide the opportunity to have training for other council members, correct, Councilwoman Brown?
I'm sorry, yes, and can we have like a deadline for when that will happen? So, I can come back with some, I want to say RFPs, but I'll come back with some proposals for people who can do the training, and we can have another discussion. I don't know what that would look like. Would that be another discussion, or would that just be moving it up to an ordinance?
Well, I don't, again, if you want to move up to ordinance, that's a different process.
Okay.
You don't, again, I don't know, I wouldn't go with the ordinance.
Okay.
Because you can't, it wouldn't be compulsory.
Right.
I think the better course would be to allow or offer training to council members regarding, what would you say?
So we said cultural competency training, and that
I'm
can.
not sure what that is. But
Okay.
I can envision what it might be, but my understanding might not be what people's understanding, but I guess it would be cultural diversity, discrimination, racism, things like that.
Would it be good if we ask the Human Relations Council, or are we just kind of dismissing their opinion? Can we ask what they meant?
No, right, at this point, the council doesn't actually have enough members in order to operate, but I think that to the extent that the understanding is that there's some type of, the type of training you want to are offering, maybe the better course is to come back and,
Yeah.
right, provide
Okay.
that background.
Yeah, we'll
and then-
put that on for the next meeting then. We'll come back with, if we want to have some proposals, maybe, can we
Right.
do that? Okay.
That might be a better way, so at least it's more concrete.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, so then what was the,
So, yeah, do you want to just amend the motion, or you don't even need a motion? It depends if you want the motion, or if you just want to come back with more information for council to consider, so there's something more concrete, so you know.
Sure,
All right?
yeah, I can do that. Okay,
So
thank you.
Why don't you request that you do a motion to rescind your prior motion?
So motion to rescind my prior motion?
Yeah.
Did I just say it? Did I say it again? Okay. Motion to rescind my prior motion. There we go.
now, did anyone else have a comment or a question? Dr.
I just have a comment. I think our HR, head of HR, Avril Lamage, she sends regularly when the township has courses and seminars going on, and anyone's invited to go. I don't think we have to incur a cost or have anything special. If you want to go, those are open. I've always received the emails. Yeah.
She does invite, excuse me, she does invite council members to attend. So anybody wants to go, certainly they're welcome to attend.
And I feel also, I've received those, but also I know for people's employees, their employment, they have to have these classes. So I think it's redundant, and time is a factor to a lot of people with their job commitment. So I think really it's best to evaluate individually yourself what you do with your time, and especially if you've already had classes with your employment and it's offered through the township, I wouldn't want the town to incur any more cost. And I think when you do it on a regular basis, because I've seen it every year, I think that's what we should follow.
I think that because of pandemic last year, there were not much seminar offering, but as you know, in the past, we have all kinds of different training, harassment, diversity, and all kinds of training. So I will alert her now, so that if we're going to restart all the training programs this year, and I will alert her to make sure that council members are invited to each one of those.
Thank you, because there's also a lot of online that you could look at also.
Could I make a suggestion? First of all, you have a motion on the floor, but could I make a suggestion, though, that maybe as part of the training that, that HR does, that it includes, a course of some of the courses that Councilwoman Brown talking about. So then it's part of that program as well, so that council receives the invitation and they know it, so that it's included with the annual training in addition to what's already being offered. Would that make sense?
Me?
Yeah.
I mean, it would make sense that people would attend it that are on the council, but I mean, sure, if they can add that to the training roster, yeah, that would be great.
And just one thing, for Miss Brown, we do have to, if this has to go out for any proposals, it does have to go through the open bid process, correct? I just want to make sure that we don't circumvent any bidding process potentially.
If there's costs involved, I don't know if there's costs involved or not.
Okay.
Because I don't know what the different programs what the programs are. I think that the idea is to see what those types of program would be, and then you can explore that, and then Councilwoman Brown could work in conjunction with Averill and HR as well.
Yeah, I'll do that. I think, again, people are saying it's offered through HR, but people have refused to go. So that's kind of the problem. Like, everyone here who's saying, oh, HR offers it, they're the people who need to go to it. So,
that gets the whole point.
and it's not mandated. I'm just saying, this is my personal opinion. Everyone who's saying HR offers it, we don't want to pay more, then go to it. Because I think there needs to be a special one for the wonderful people on this council. Thank you.
So you still have a motion pending.
I thought we rescinded it? No?
Well, you have to take a roll call.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Yeah.
It was by Dave Merwin.
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg-Belli?
Yes to rescind.
Mr. Merwin? Mr. Murphy is absent. Mr. Piscitty? Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
President Sohor?
Yes.
We have 8 ayes.
Next will be zoning ordinance related to marijuana, requested by Councilman Merwin.
Yes. Several months ago, we passed an ordinance banning all, a zoning ordinance that banned all marijuana, medical, and recreational from anything in town. And reading the New Jersey Planner this month, there's a cannabis becomes law, and I forwarded to the attorney.
I was already aware of him, Mr. Merwin.
Medical marijuana has been widely used medicinal item to treat a myriad of illnesses and pain. And as such, we, the governing body of Old Bridge, should set aside areas throughout the township so our residents can fill the prescriptions to ease their sufferings. We reacted to the pending approval of the legalization of marijuana, and I feel that some only saw medical marijuana as a way around the marijuana possession laws. This past November, over 65% of the voting public passed the legalization of marijuana, making that part moot. So I would like to send this to the planning board, if that's the appropriate thing to do, to come up with areas of permissible locations for medical marijuana dispensaries. And if not, then if we don't need to, if we could pass.
Vina, don't run out yet, Vina.
What's that?
I said, Vina, don't run out yet.
Oh. All right. And if it's possible, could we get an estimate of how much money we would lose by the barring of the dispensaries in our town, medical and slash legal, because I believe they're going to be two different types of dispensaries.
Right, so,
anyway.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Right, so basically, there's a law adopted, Public Law 2021, Chapter 16, which basically legalized recreational use of marijuana. Under that law, it requires municipalities to have in place, even though if you've already adopted ordinances pertaining to, and the law's not that clear, but typically for marijuana, whether in any sale, use, farming, distributors, retail licenses, you have to have a new ordinance in place by August 22nd, which is a Sunday. So what the law, this law that was adopted and signed on February 22nd of this year, establishes 6 different classes of, they call it cannabis. And the distinction that they make is cannabis is the legal marijuana, quote unquote, that the state's going to regulate, and the unregulated is still going to be called marijuana. Go figure. But apparently it's supposedly the same thing, but I don't know. I just know what I read. So the township has to decide if they want any of the classes as a permitted use in the town. Those 6 classes are, and I sent you a myriad of information in your packets. But we have to move kind of quickly because we have to have it in place by August. Class 1 is what they call as a cannabis cultivator. Those are facilities that grow and cultivate cannabis. Class 2 is a cannabis manufacturer. They manufacture, prep, and then they package the cannabis, so they'll be sending it out to different, like a wholesaler, retailer. There's the cannabis wholesaler license. They obtain and sell cannabis for later resale by other licensees. There's a cannabis distributor license. Those businesses are involved in transporting the plant and bulk forms from the cultivators to another licensed cultivator, or in bulk form from any type of cannabis business to another. There's the retailer, which you know what that would be, and then those who deliver. You can permit, exempt, permit any one of those, none of those, exempt all of them. What it doesn't really make a distinction is medical versus non-medical. Medical, under the old law, there was another law passed, I think, a few years ago that allowed 6 dispensary licenses, and those 6 licenses have been filled. But my sense would be is that if you're growing cannabis, it could be for either use, right? So you're going to be cannabis, because, how do you distinguish cannabis for recreation use versus cannabis for medical use? My sense is that if you allow cannabis to be, for instance, grown in your town, then that ultimately will be used either for recreation or medical, depending on who the end person is. So you have to decide what it is that you want to do. And if as part of the law, I guess there's an incentive. They try to do an incentive, which there's a tax, a local tax that if you allow any of these particular uses, that passes through to the municipality. Let's see if I can get in that handbook. And depending on the license, the tax changes. So basically, the different types of taxes is that if you're, for a cultivator, it can't exceed 2%. For a manufacturer, it can't exceed 2%. For a wholesaler, it cannot exceed 1%. And for a retailer, it's 2%, and it's based on the receipts of each sale. So 2% of the receipts of each sale. So that's if you allow any of those providers. Now, the League of Municipality, while they haven't taken a position, they did issue a template ordinance, and it was the recommendation of the, and it's in your packet, it was a recommendation of the New Jersey State League of Municipalities and the New Jersey Institute of Local Government Attorneys at this time, because they only gave towns 180 days to come up with a decision of what they want to do and try to locate these facilities, right? The problem is if you don't adopt an ordinance or don't have anything in place by August 22nd, then you're precluded from 5 years from precluding anything. That's why you have to act within this particular time frame. But 180 days is not a lot of time, especially when you have to look at areas that if you're considering where you want to put it, then you have to create the zone, you have to create the bulk standards, you have to create, decide where you want to, what you want to do and where you want to go. So the task before this council is to decide where they want to go on this particular issue, and whether or not they want to have any licenses permitted or class permitted, and if so, what class is it, and then where would you think to locate it, or not allow any of it. Until, that doesn't mean you can't do it at a future date, when you have more time to plan it. And even if you exclude it now, within that 180 days, it doesn't mean some point in the future you amend that ordinance to allow one of the uses at different parts of your town. I just think they gave towns a really compressed time frame in order to work all this out. But the other thing is that the commission is going to be formed, and the commission is supposed to establish regulations. Those regulations aren't going to come out until August 22nd, or that's when they're supposed to come out. Now, I never knew a commission to be timely in the state of New Jersey, right? So you're sort of operating in the dark. That's the hard part. You don't know what those regulations are going to say. You're drafting ordinances, what you think you may want to do, but you don't know what those regulations are going to say. So that would be a concern that I would have, not knowing what the regulations are going to be, and then trying to figure that all out and have an ordinance in place allowing the use. I mean, obviously, if you exclude it, that's the easy part. You exclude it, but that doesn't mean once the regulations are in place and you see how this plays out, you can't revisit it and then look for a particular use that you may want to permit in the town.
Mark. My concern is the situation with the 1,000-foot map and, us having a marijuana issue with our school system. I mean, obviously, our number one priority is public safety, and we need to protect our children. I mean, people move to Old Bridge to raise their children because this is a safe town, raise their family. And my concern is the children and our school and the safety of our schools. I know there is currently the 1,000-foot map we discussed. There's an ongoing situation with that. I think the residents should be aware of that.
Yeah, I mean, look, along with this Chapter 16, there were other laws passed as well, which decriminalized marijuana. I won't envy the police because they're going to need it depends upon, it depends upon whether or not it's marijuana or hashish, and it also depends upon the amount, and that's because there's a certain amount that's legal. So if you have 6 ounces or less and you possess it, nothing can happen. If you have 17 ounces or less of hashish, that's legal. And then, yeah, I think it's 17. I thought it was. Maybe it's whatever the number is. And then the question is, what age? I'll tell you this though, under the new law, if you're a minor, meaning anyone under 21, and if you possess marijuana because you're not supposed to, you cannot be arrested. And the new law also says that to smell marijuana is no longer a reasonable, probable cause in order to pursue further stops or searches of cars. And there's also a provision with respect to if you're under 21 and you have and you're not in possession, and you're not supposed to be in possession either of the in a public place, including a school, you cannot be arrested. Doesn't mean the school can't discipline you, but you can't be arrested. What it requires is there's a warning program. First warning to the individual. Parent doesn't even get it, if I recall, in the first warning, then the second and the third warning. That's the decriminalization side that does go in tandem with it, but that's an issue that I know the police department's going to have to work on and be trained with, and it gets complicated because there's certain regulations. What you can, if you can ask them for ID, you're not asking for ID, then you have to, how much they have, and having, how do you distinguish if it's 6 ounces or not? It's It's going to be, it's not going to be fun, I can tell you that much for sure. So that is an impact, obviously. That law changed too. But that's different than the zoning aspect of it, right? So that's something that the police department definitely is going to have to deal with as we go forward.
So to my original concern is the medical marijuana, but in your interpretation of the new laws, there's no distinction.
As far as like you're right, if you're, let's say you have a Class 1 cannabis cultivator license, so you're going to be growing cannabis. So that cannabis can be used for recreation purposes or medical purposes, right? Depending on who the retailer is. The retailer could be different, right? There can be a medical dispensary, but the way this reads, and even though it was dealing with recreational use of marijuana, there is a different law on the medical dispensary, but it doesn't mean that the person who's a cannabis cultivator or manufacturer won't be selling that to a medical dispensary, right? They could be selling it to a recreation as well.
And this new law, we have to act no matter what.
Correct.
Whether we say no,
Well,
if we just continue the ordinance we already have in place.
Right, that's been voided, right? So the ordinance we have in place has been voided on the recreational side.
But we could propose that again.
You could, for sure, yep. Mhm.
And change it
later,
6 months down the road. Who would do this? The planning board?
Well,
Is it like any other zoning thing where we send it to them?
It depends. I mean, you can. I think the first issue is to figure out what it is that you want to do, and then I think that once you figure out if there's a particular license, I think then the planning department can take a look at it. Vina can take a look at it, areas where it might work, and then I think I like it coming here, and I don't like the planning board to have the tail wag the dog, with all due deference to the planning board. Council makes ordinances, right? So I think it should come here, and then council, it gets referred to council. Planning board, and they can look at it. My recommendation is, at least initially at this point, because there's so much unknown and there's regulations, and what I've seen, most towns at this point have precluded all the licenses so that they're not stuck with allowing it, basically in industrial zones and certain retail zones. And that gives you the time to study it further and then look at what the regulations are going to be once they come out.
So, could you have the old one ready for next meeting for first reading? Would that
It's going to change a little bit because I have to use some of the same terms that the new law has that deals with these different classes that were expressly provided for, but I can have it ready for next meeting.
Yeah, I just didn't want, because I didn't know anything about it until I read that in the planner, and
I brought it to Vina's attention and community development's attention. That was on radar, and most towns right now are looking at it because of the clock's ticking.
Mark, just if you can clarify, so if we don't take any action, then we cannot take action for 5 years.
5 years, correct.
But if we took action, and let's just say that we opted out, in 3 months' time, even before that August deadline, we could then take action to amend that ordinance to allow 1, 2, or
Good.
6 of these, should that. But
right.
We're not going to be precluded from changing our ordinance for 5 years, regardless of what we do. Unless we don't take action, then we can't do anything.
Correct, right. If you take no action, then no action
is 5
right,
years.
Then within the next, you can't do anything prohibiting it for 5 years.
Okay.
approved for 5 years.
That's what the law says. It's for 5 year, right? So that these particular licenses, whatever they are, would be able to operate within your town. And then the law talks about the industrial zone for certain of the licenses.
Okay.
And then I think it's a commercial zone for some, like the retailer, right?
So a lot of towns that you're seeing now are opting out in order to allow them, well, one, either they're opting out completely, or they're opting out in order for them to buy time for themselves to understand what the regulations would be, and then they can make an informed decision based off the regulations that come out of the commission. Because I know the commission, I think they just met yesterday for the first time, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. So it's right. So it's mid-April.
Yeah, okay.
It's a lot of work to do
Yep.
between now and August.
Okay.
So Mark, we can obviously, I know we can reinstate our ordinance, and then we'll just modify it when this is more clarified. I think that's what we should do. Reinstate our original ordinance, then we can always modify if we choose to, once the law is more clarified, because right now it seems to be a lot of things. Yeah, I'll support that.
Yeah, I agree, because this way it'll give us time that we need to decide if we want to put it, where we want to put it, if we can make money or whatever.
Yeah, and administration can weigh in as well. We can get a full picture.
So Mark, are you going to work on the old ordinance then?
Yeah, no, it'll be, if you want me to work, I would ask for a motion to draft an ordinance prohibiting the 6 classes at this time, and then if that's what the council desires.
Yeah, I make a motion.
To work on it, that's what you're saying. Okay, so do we have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, so there's a motion made by Mr. Rizzoli and second by Councilwoman Walker.
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg-Belli?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin? Yes. Mr. Murphy is absent. Mr. Piscitty? Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
President Sohor?
Yes.
We have 8 ayes.
Okay, next will be report of the township clerk.
I do not have a report.
Okay, report of the township attorney.
I think I talked too much already. Thank you.
Administrative report, Mr. Shop.
Thank you, Council President. Administrative report for April 13, 2021. Item number 1. Old Bridge Township and the Old Bridge Board of Education is continuing to sponsor COVID-19 testing. Testing will be held at the Old Bridge High School parking lot on Saturday from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Result will be received the following day of testing via email. Residents who do not receive their result next day may contact Synergy Labs directly at 732-695-4700. Item number 2, Purity Diagnostic Laboratory located at 72B NJ 34 is also conducting COVID-19 testing every Monday through Saturday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Residents are urged to call and make an appointment at 732-952-3398. They are also offering free testing to residents without health insurance. Item number 3, NJDCA COVID-19 Emergency Rental Assistance Program Phase 2. This program is continuing to accept application for assistance for rental arrears and temporary assistance for future rent to low and moderate income household. This includes households that have substantial reduction in income, have qualified for unemployment benefit, incurred significant cost, or experienced financial hardship due to COVID-19 pandemic. For more information or to complete an application, please visit oldbridge.com/NJDCA rental assistance. Item number 4, Spring Lip Collection. Round 1 of Spring Lip Collections started in all wards the week of March 29. For the full schedule, please visit oldbridge.com/recycling. Item number 5, Brush Collection. Bi-weekly brush collection started on Monday, March 29. Residents should contact the recycling department to be placed on the pickup list. Please visit oldbridge.com/recycling for brush guideline and to schedule a pickup. Item number 6, 2017 Homestead Rebate Program. The 2017 Homestead Rebate will be applied to second quarter tax payment due in May of 2021. Revised tax bills for qualified homeowners were mailed out during the last week in March. For additional information, residents should contact the New Jersey Division of Taxation at 888-238-1233 or Office of Tax Collection at 732-721-5600 extension 2999. Item number 7, Construction Code Office will be moving into Silver Lining Building temporarily while construction commence sometimes this spring 2021. The office will continue to operate via phone and by appointments. There are drop boxes outside of the building for application drop-off. between 7 a.m. and 4 p.m. Monday to Friday. Item number 8, Old Bridge was named 2023 City USA by the Arbor Day Foundation in honor of his commitment to effective urban forest management. This recognition was achieved by meeting the following requirements: the Shade Tree Commission, a tree care ordinance, and an annual community forestry budget, and Arbor Day observation and proclamation. The township would like to thank Shade Tree Commission and the township arborists for all their hard work and efforts. Council, as every meeting, I've been reporting on a vaccination program. That program continues with the thanks to Old Bridge Hospital, Hackensack Meridian Hospital at Old Bridge, their cooperation, and I think Mayor and I would like to sincerely thank them for their support to Old Bridge residents. We have completed major senior complex within the township. We're continuing to expand the service to additional residents. Believe now we have moved to age from 65 to over 55. And as the guideline from state change, we'll continue to change those. Hospital has provided a continued support. In addition, Mayor and I would also like to thank Lisa O'Brien of OB-TEMS, who has worked with our HR department in providing a vaccination program for township employee and their family members, which allows us to effectively operate township operation. So we want to thank her for her efforts and her cooperation in that matter. That concludes my report, Council President.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Does anyone? Mr. De Palma?
Yeah, so I would just like to thank the mayor and administration on that vaccination program. I know you guys have seen a couple of flurries of emails from me. The residents that came to me were having a real problem with getting the appointments, and we were pretty much able to get them immediately. So on behalf of them and especially on behalf of me, thank you guys very, very much for the hard work. Thank the hospital and all the folks there for the work that they're doing, whether it's the vaccination or through this entire year. This is probably an unprecedented year in any of our lives. But thank you guys very much for making sure that we are keeping our residents safe. And as Mr. Shaw said, should folks have problems getting that vaccination, reach out to your council member. You know, if we can get you on the docket for the week or next week or whatever that might be the solution for you. Obviously, you won't be able to pick and choose the vaccination that you get. It's the vaccination that the hospital has. But you're able to get the vaccination. So should you choose to want one, please, you can reach out to me in my ward or anyone throughout town if you'd like to reach out to me or reach out to your council person, and we will do our best to help you.
It's best that the residents of ward, from the township approach to the council member, provide the necessary information, because to create a phone bank would be very difficult.
Anyone else have any questions or comments for Mr. Shaw? Okay, I'll take a motion.
Move it.
Okay, moved by Mrs. Walker, second by Mr. Pischetti.
Ms. Brown is absent. Dais. Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg-Belli?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is absent. Mr. Pischetti?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
President Sohor?
Yes.
We have 7 ayes.
Madam President, I just want to, if I could, just to clarify. So under the decriminalization law, it's right. For marijuana, 6 ounces or less is no longer a crime, and for hashish, it's 17 grams or less. It's no longer a crime.
Okay, thank you for that information.
Madam President?
Thank you.
Madam President?
I never did a drug in my life, so I have no flipping clue, all right?
Yes, Mr. Pischetti.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to modify our schedule for the council meetings for the summer.
Second.
Starting when?
May?
April. Now. Immediately goes into effect.
Starting May. Starting immediately. That's my motion.
Okay.
Second.
motion by Mr. Paschetti, second by Mr. Rizzoli, to amend the calendar to go to a summer-type schedule.
The roll call.
Mark. 17 ounces. It's like fit on the table.
Yeah, I don't know what you're trying to do. If you want to modify the schedule, it seemed to me that you should have a schedule in place that you're changing it to.
We're just going like we normally do every year. We go to one council meeting per month.
Okay, so what is it that you want to amend it to? You want to have one meeting. Right now we have, I don't know what the schedule is, so you should work off the current schedule so you know which meetings are being modified.
The next council meeting is April 27th, and they're generally the second and fourth Tuesdays of the month. I don't believe there were.
So my motion is to go to the summer schedule, which would mean the second Tuesday of each month.
Commencing, then that would be,
Now, so the next meeting would be the second Tuesday in May.
second April meeting. That's, I guess, the motion.
That was my motion, so
Any
And Rizzoli's good. So
questions?
So April had the April 27th and May 25th, and then in the summer, we have the fourth Tuesday due to the schedule, which would be June 22nd. July 13th is the second Tuesday, and then August 10th is the second Tuesday of August, and then we return to 2 meetings a month in September. So is the
pretty close. It's pretty close. Just eliminating April, I guess. I guess that's what it is. Is that right? So it's one meeting per month throughout the summer months.
So it would be altering the schedule for April and May to remove the second meeting, meaning removing of April 27th and the May 25th meeting.
Right.
Is that correct? The one I'm thinking? Okay.
Administration got anything to say?
Our meeting.
I mean, you told me how important it was to have these meetings, you know.
I think council has given me the authorization to process the bills that are necessary. I think that's the primary needs I have, and so we'll be okay with that.
God bless you.
Is that okay to move forward on the motion then for roll call?
If that's the motion, yeah.
Okay. So the motion and second on the floor is to cancel the April 27th and May 25th meetings. Ms. Brown?
No.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg Belli?
Yes, administration could do the job, yep.
Mr. Merwin?
No.
Mr. Murphy is absent. Mr. Paschetti?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
President Sohor?
Yes.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 yeses, 2 noes, and 1 absent.
Okay, next will be public, open to the public.
Doing.
We are now opening the public comment section. The public comment portion of our meeting is to allow the public to bring to the council's attention their concerns or comments. This section is open for any topic or items on the agenda. In accordance with NJSA 10-412A and the Old Bridge Rules of Council, the council asks that the public limit their comments to 3 minutes or less. The council will respect the public's time by refraining any comment until the speaker has finished with their allotted time. It should be further noted that public comment portion of our meeting is not structured as a question and answer session. If a member of the public has questions they seek answers to, an appointment can be made with the corresponding department's office during regular business hours. The township clerk will regulate time during the public comment portion of our meeting. Please note all submitted written comments will be read after the live comments are completed. To raise your hand to make a comment, please press star 9, Option or Alt Y from your Mac or PC, or choose the option for raise hand in your phone or computer app. When I ask you to unmute, please identify yourself by name and address. Our first comment is for phone number ending in 0791. Please unmute yourself and an address to address the council, please. Caller 0791, I'm asking you to unmute. Please unmute so you can address council. The phone, when I ask to unmute, the phone will prompt you, and you press star 9 when it asks you to. But it is I'm prompting it to request it. Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and address for the record.
I apologize. My name is Alicia. I'm on Nathan Drive in Old Bridge. I've been a resident of Old Bridge for 8 years. My husband grew up here, and we chose this community to raise our two children because of its diversity and the focus on character and social and emotional development within the town schools. We're disgusted and outraged by the divisive and racially insensitive rhetoric from council members Greenberg Ballet, Rizzoli, and Pischetti, which have been also documented and highlighted by the Human Relations Council in their statement holding these elected officials accountable for their speech. I wholeheartedly agree with the recommendations of this council and Councilwoman Brown and hope they will be implemented immediately. It's unbelievable to hear the mayor say that he's disappointed in the volunteer members of the Human Relations Council. They're literally the ones you appointed to speak up, and they have done so based on facts and data. If your common bond, as stated on the agenda, is respect for individuals, you also don't get to be judge and jury of what behavior makes a person or people feel respected. Respectful behavior is caring about your constituents and the impact your words and actions have on them. All members of the community, including its elected officials, would benefit from cultural competency training. It must be required or recommended immediately for council members and others in roles of power and service in the town. Unfortunately, I've noticed a pattern in racially insensitive remarks and actions over the years, particularly by Mr. Rizzoli, and have been dismayed by the unapologetic reaction when others do the work to explain the harmful and dehumanizing impact of their words, regardless of their intentions. I'm not naive enough to think that the HRC's request will change certain individuals' hearts, minds, or actions in any significant way, though. We must work together to elect more inclusive, personally introspective leaders who are representative of the diversity of our great town and who are here to unite and build our community, rather than inflaming nativist and racist sentiments and creating divisiveness around issues related to national politics. We must all stand up and speak out when we see the mistreatment of our neighbors and friends. There is no excuse for silence, and judging by the crowd of thoughtful citizens who demanded change outside tonight, we will not be silenced on these important issues. There is no place for hate, exclusion, or discrimination in Old Bridge, nor hateful language. We must all work together to be better and do better, because our kids are watching, and we are the models they need to become people of character and to build a more just, inclusive, and equitable town and world. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Rose DeSimon. Please unmute and address the council by stating your name and address, please. Rose DeSimon, I've asked you to unmute. Please unmute yourself so you can address council. Okay. I'm just going to move on. If you'd like to speak and you haven't unmuted yourself, you can raise your hand again. Next, I have phone number ending in 1087. I've asked you to unmute. Please unmute and address council by stating your name and address. Phone number 1087. Please unmute and address council. Again, I have to move on. If you'd like to raise your hand again, you can. Next, I have Alan A.O. Farm D. Please state your name and address for the council.
Hi, my name is Dr. Alan O. I'm located at 27 Whittier Drive in Morganville, New Jersey. I'm a registered pharmacist, lifelong New Jersey native, and neighboring resident. Thank you, Councilman Merwin, for opening up the dialogue to the Township of Old Bridge and its residents in consideration of supporting cannabis businesses. I spent the majority of my professional career working in independent community pharmacies. I most recently served as a vice president and clinical pharmacist for 2.5 years at Garden State Dispensary, one of New Jersey's most prominent alternative treatment centers, supporting over 100,000 patients in the New Jersey medical marijuana program that are using cannabis for debilitating medical conditions. During my time there, I navigated the complexities of an extremely regulated industry while also offering a unique perspective and face of professionalism as a healthcare clinician. As a minority with conservative roots, as well as a parent of 2 young children, I understand many of the concerns, arguments, and hesitancies that people express with this new developing industry. Today, I'm here to offer myself as a resource, a champion in support of the impending expansion of the legalized cannabis industry within New Jersey, and specifically this town that proudly hosts more than 23,000 residents. I advocate for higher education, responsible adult consumption, and professional accountability within the industry. To answer some of the questions that were asked earlier, number one, the state of Illinois saw $1 billion in adult use sales in their first year upon inception. So if you take the tax revenue and extrapolate that information, there's a large number at stake for townships. Number two, I can provide statistics on teenage cannabis consumption before and after legalization in states such as Colorado and Washington. And number three, my opinion is that if the township preemptively precludes cannabis businesses to buy time, there will be a strong, if not definite, chance of excluding businesses and tax revenue coming to your township. Due to the complexity of the cannabis licensing application process, it includes a point system that owners need to secure a piece of property as well as a letter of township support in order to gain points for this license application. So this is my opinion. If you would like to speak with me directly, and I'd be happy to answer questions in a public forum also, I can be reached at Alan, A-L-A-N, at plantsandprescriptions.com. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, I have Rebecca Mazur. I've asked you to unmute. Please unmute and address council by stating your name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Mazur. I live at 6 Arden Court in Old Bridge, New Jersey. So, I'm just going to get started. So I believe that your responses to Adina's requests have just been downright inappropriate and disrespectful. I think it's best moving forward for the members of the council to evaluate your ethics and your personal attitudes. You have a colleague sitting in front of you who you respect, urging you to educate yourself, not for her self-gain, not for your self-gain, but for the overall improvement of our town, which we all care about deeply. I have a few rhetorical questions. Obviously, I don't want you guys to answer these, but just to think about them. When was the last time that you personally attended an HR training that you referred to? When was the last time that you reflected on your implicit biases, words, and actions? Do you know what implicit bias is? Do you know how to define and identify racism? Do you understand the implications of your own white privilege? I have an idea. You have the chance to use your place of privilege to help out people who are disadvantaged. You have the chance to amplify important issues in ways that others cannot. You have the chance to seek opportunities to speak out loudly against injustice rather than perpetuating it. It is simply a principle that we should all live by. You know what I heard tonight standing outside the building from another man who's running for election? He said, God gave you 2 ears and 1 mouth, so listen twice as hard. You show up every month and you're held to high expectations by your colleagues and the community. We are listening twice as hard. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Ben. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Benjamin Strew, and my address is 32 Hilliard Road. I am a rising senior at Old Bridge High School. I'm calling in to declare that I stand for the principles of unity and civility in Old Bridge. The accounts and experiences of Black people and people of color that I read and heard are abhorrent and fail to meet the standards of basic human respect. I've seen these stories on an Instagram account by the name of Black in Old Bridge, and that have documented these injustices for a long time now. I and many others can personally attest to having either been the target of or bearing witness to others casually using slurs and racial epithets. Old Bridge High School requires a more racially diverse staff to promote equity and egalitarian principles. The current diversity of the staff does not adequately reflect the large and diverse population at Old Bridge, including people of color and LGBTQIA+ individuals. As a student, many of my peers, my friends, simply do not feel safe enough to make their pronouns known in school and in public as they're afraid of backlash, bullying, discrimination, and harassment. Steps have to be taken to fix this, but the issue is still at large, meaning the school has yet to fulfill its responsibility to its students. These minorities lack representation in the school, and the only way to fix this problem is to actively promote a diverse environment for both staff and students at the high school. I would also like to add that I support Brown's notion for cultural competency training for the council, and it is more than necessary. And witnessing firsthand the disgusting reactions by the other council members only cements that deeper. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh. Next, I have Amy Stackhouse. Please unmute and state your name and address for the record.
Amy Stackhouse, 6 Harvard Road in Parlin.
You can address council, please.
Thank you. I'm watching and listening, and I want to offer something. I want to offer an opportunity for you to hear it maybe a little bit different. It seems that when Councilwoman Brown starts to speak, even over Zoom, you can feel the tension in the room. You can feel your discomfort. But you have constituents who feel your discomfort when they come to you. It is unacceptable. What you're asking is to be accountable. You're not being attacked. No, if you have bias, guess what? You're one of us. I do too. But we have to understand that if we're not accountable for the things about us that we can make better, we have no right serving the public. Absolutely not. You're asked to do something that can't hurt. It could help. It could truly help you strengthen a sense of community, which is exactly what you're here for. But what I'm hearing are, let me say it this way. As politicians, optics really matter. And the things that you're choosing to portray or choosing to ignore or hope that they'll go away is hurting your community, right down to our elementary schools. You don't have a right to sit in that position if you're not willing to find a way to better yourself. And if you are already unbiased, anti-racist, congratulations, you do deserve that seat. And you should go for the training that I believe was mentioned is already offered through HR that has been declined. I think that you need to do that to show your community that they too can accept their own biases and move forward so that we can support each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have phone number ending in 6059. I've asked you to unmute. Please state your name and address for the record. Phone number 6059. I'm asking you to unmute. I'm going to lower your hand. You can enter the queue again to make a comment. Next, I have caller ending in 3592. I've asked you to unmute. Please state your name and address for the record.
Nina Jochnowitz. My address is West Greystone Road. I think you guys know me already, right? I want to ask the question because the council decided that it wasn't required because of some things that were said by the lawyer. Why is the council allowed to vote to block a state law for a local sale of marijuana? Why is the council join a suit with Monmouth County because it decided that it should be against New Jersey for sanctuary states? Why does the council try to get the local police to act as ICE agents? The Old Bridge Council, by the way, gets a stipend. I think it's about $6,000, which means you're basically employed by the town. That means that I think, if I'm not mistaken, the lawyer was previously offering his personal view and not a correct legal advice view. And perhaps it would be recommended that you folks dust off the legal journals housed in the courtroom right behind you and verify the veracity of his statement. I don't think you should take bad information. And you really, all of you folks, every single one of you, need to consider the diversity training. There is no reason you can't be allowed or required as a member, as a person who's appointed, elected to council. Thank you. Have a lovely evening. Adina Brown, we're happy you're there in person. We all support you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Hannah Beal. I've asked you to unmute. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, Hannah Beal, Gates Ave in East Brunswick. I'm calling to stand in support of Councilwoman Adina Brown. I'm appalled by the divisive language used by her fellow council members. You should all be ashamed of yourselves. It's necessary as a council member to get over the idea that you're taking the high road for, quote, not getting political. Racism and the struggle of undocumented citizens isn't political. It's real and visceral, and it affects the people you serve. I'm glad that training is being considered. It's clearly needed. You should all be begging for it. And attending a training isn't even enough action unless you're willing and committed to practicing anti-racism every day in your own lives. We all have unconscious biases, and if you think you're exempt, you're wholly wrong. Dr. Anita, rather than attend trainings, you said people can evaluate themselves, and you mentioned that there's a lot of information online to refer to. Clearly, any self-evaluation and education you've done is not working. Council members, if you're not willing to serve this role with respect to your community members, then please resign. Your town doesn't need you. You've made it clear most of you don't enjoy doing your job if you're trying to start a summer schedule in April. Lastly, to the councilman who has a thin blue line flag on the sleeve of his shirt, that speaks volumes about the character of who serves on this board. Rest in power to all those who have lost their lives at the hands of the police. There are far too many names to mention in my limited time with you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next, I have Matt Morgan. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, Matt Morgan, Greenwood Road, Knowlbridge. I'm calling tonight for one purpose, and that is really to reassure the council that we all want you to be successful in your jobs. Because honestly, for as long as you hold those seats, our town is truly depending on you. And for that reason, I was really glad to see the cultural competency training come up as a topic tonight. Nobody should ever stop learning. So, please consider educating yourselves and seeking out that training so you don't wind up alienating members of our community. Those are your own constituents. And taking that training and, not having these missteps, it helps you do the job and focus on helping our town. People have been calling into these meetings on this topic for weeks now because they've been provoked. You can't sit and give a speech and say that our society's racial disparities are some, conspiracy created or furthered by a teachers union. You have to be completely ignorant of history to honestly believe that. But a member of our own town council said it, and they said it at a time when it's never been more clear that words have consequences. But instead of like apologizing, I hear this tendency to retreat in defense or shut down discussion. Instead of acknowledging the problem, I hear this excuse, particularly from Dr. Greenberg-Belli, said, I was friends with Reggie Butler. You know, I didn't have the pleasure of knowing the late Councilman Butler, but I truly wonder, like, would you have given that speech if he was sitting next to you? I would have loved to hear his thoughts if I could have, if he were here today, but he's not. Instead, you do have a Ward 3 council member who filled his shoes, so honestly, I would encourage you to hear her speak, listen to her, and learn from her. I really do hope we hear an apology someday, and all I can really hope is that current and future council members just continue learning, try to better yourselves for the sake of your constituents in the town. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, I have Rose DeSimon. I've asked you to unmute. Please state your name and address for the record.
Excellent.
Rose DeSimon, we can hear you. Can you please state your name and address for the record? Rose DeSimon, you're unmuted. Can you please address the council? Okay. I have to disable her talking again. Next, I have phone number ending 5102. I've asked you to unmute. Phone number 5102. Please press star 9 to unmute as we're asking you. I'm going to disable talking. You can re-enter the queue if you'd like. Next, I have phone number ending in 1087. I'm asking you to unmute.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I think that some of the people calling on phones may not be able to unmute because they may not know you have to press star 6. Just for the future. My name is Gabriel Haller. I live on 22 Back Drive in Edison. Good evening, everyone. So I know this meeting has gone late, and I appreciate the council's patience taking public comments. I became aware of the scandal with Councilman Brown and the use of derogatory language toward her, and I definitely want to express my deepest empathies for her at this time. As an Orthodox Jew, I know what it's like to be discriminated against, and I hope that you find comfort in knowing that the public supports you. I hope the individual will be found and held responsible. Going forward, I had a few questions for the council, but I became aware that no questions were allowed at this time. With that being said, I will just read through the questions I've composed. These are just some comments, and they aren't meant to disparage anyone in any capacity. Several townships in the Middlesex County area have voted to condemn hateful speech and adopt that as town policies. Does the council have a policy on unilaterally condemning hate or hateful speech towards minorities, other religions, or other groups? The second one is freedom of religion is essential to the Constitution. Is the council in favor of freedom of religion, meaning to practice one's religion freely from undue influence? The third one is, if there were a council candidate that spoke hateful views on social media and attempted to create undue hardship on those in public attempting to express their religion, would opposing council members speak against racism, hatred, and inequality? I ask these questions because there is a candidate for Old Bridge Council that checks off all of these negative qualities. This woman is extremely bombastic on Facebook. She attacks people for their religious views and uses hatred and discrimination against many in all directions. She has personally attacked me and called me a self-hating Jew, as well as many other derogatory things within community groups on social media. Her name is Nina Josowitz, and one of her friends threatened me on social media, and it resulted in a phone call to the Edison Police Department. I implore the council to make a statement that the town of Old Bridge condemns hate and hateful speech towards others, and I hope that people that are truly hateful do not get a chance to be made council members. Thank you, and have a good night.
Next, I have phone number 6059. I've asked you to unmute. Please state your name and address for
Hi.
the record.
Roseanne Andrews, 7209 Falston Circle, Old Bridge. I'm a 13-year resident here. I'm a taxpayer. I've listened since March the 9th at insults being thrown. I'm going to make a strong suggestion that all these people and your Human Rights Commission go look at town meetings from at least 10 years back. And you watch those meetings, and when you find out one of those council people said something that was xenophobic, racist, or homophobic, or homosexual, gay, lesbian, transgender, please tell me which meeting that was so I can look it up, because I have never. I can tell you when certain things started, but I'm not going to, because I believe people should listen like the lady said before me. You got 2 ears, go listen to those meetings, and then you tell me the date, and I will look it up, because I've come to meetings in person. I've watched meetings on YouTube. I have watched them on, as I am now on television. I sat for 3 weeks, 3 meetings trying to get through because I couldn't, because the airwaves were filled with people who do not live here. We're the 15th safest town in all of the United States. How in the world did that happen when all this horror has been going on? Please tell me. We have a 0 increase budget the 2nd year in a row. Please tell me who was working on doing things to keep it there. We have COVID testing that is by volunteers because the mayor and the town council went out of their way to make sure they could get it when they have been denied having a vaccine site in this town because of pure politics and partisan politics. So you watch those meetings and you tell me what's the date, and I will watch them myself, because you're all talking about rhetoric that's being fed to you without having watched a meeting for years. Not 2 months ago, not 4 months ago, not 6. And give me things in context. Don't give me your little sound bites of somebody said something that was in a letter that was written to someone else that was taken purely out of context, that a council member who for Martin Luther King's birthday read words from Martin Luther King, and he was made fun of, condescending and mocked for saying those words. There's 2 sides to every story, and there's 2 coins. And I had never, ever heard anything as despicable as people calling up, demanding this, demanding that. You resign.
Your 3
I'm
minutes
sorry.
are up. I'm so sorry. I do have to cut you off.
Thank you, and I'm...
Next, I have a caller. Last number is 5102. Please unmute your phone and state your name and address for the record.
Hi, this is Harry. I'm calling from Old Bridge Township. A couple things I want to mention. One, for that last lady that just called and saying that, this town is so great. There's a lot of great things about this town. But just because you don't see things or you don't experience certain things doesn't mean it's not happening. I've lived in this town since I was 4 months old. I am now over 40 years old. There are days that I can tell you that I experienced racism, bullying, hatred, to the point where I was in tears to go to school. Because that's how much I did not want to go and face it. So just because you don't see it and you don't experience it doesn't mean it's not happening. And when you fail to listen to people telling you that these things are happening in our town, that is part of the problem. I am appalled tonight that the Mayor Henry felt that the council that he put together, the Human Relations Council, put together an initiative to request training, and he felt that was an attack. You are a late leader, Mr. Mayor. You should have been like, you know what? I understand where they're coming from. I will sit with them. I will talk to them, and we will figure this out. That's what leaders do, not what you do. And that's what the council has done ever since they've been up here. Not one apology, not one, okay, you know what? I will self-reflect and maybe I should not have said things in a certain way. I see people right now that are listening to these public comments. They're not even paying attention. They're writing notes. I would like to thank Councilman Rizzoli for at least shutting his laptop today so he's not posting during the public comments. Thank you for that. Start self-reflecting and looking at what you're doing, because you are dividing this town by not being accountable, by not reflecting leadership, by not listening. And if you continue to do that, you will no longer be sitting there. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. People talking. Next, I have caller with last numbers 5925. I've asked you to unmute. Please unmute yourself and address council.
Yes, good evening. James Dabrowski, Woodbridge, New Jersey. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, let me take you off speaker. Yes, thank you. The MyCentralJersey.com article where the attorney, Mark Rosselli, tried to deny that Old Bridge would not permit Councilwoman Adina Brown into the meeting with her security, we witnessed that tonight. There was a crowd out here. We watched it. We watched them tell her she would not be able to bring in her two security personnel, two ex-Marine NAACP members, mind you, that they could not enter the meeting with her, even though she clearly said she did not feel safe after the terrifying white supremacist threatening attack she received. She was then told she couldn't even bring her own husband and two sons into the meeting. We watched this. And I'm glad one of the callers mentioned Councilman Mark Rizzoli's Blue Lives Matter flag he's wearing on his shirt. There was one of the officers, one of the four white cops that denied Councilwoman Adina Brown to bring in her security, and then her family was wearing a Blue Lives Matter face mask. Unbelievable. This Blue Lives Matter flag was just finally taken down in Brooklyn Center, Minnesota, but only after a 20-year-old young man was murdered, Dante Wright. I mean, we're out here watching this. There's officers on the roof flying drones, barricades set up. It's egregious. And we have to come out here, unfortunately, because someone has to stand with Councilwoman Adina Brown, because her colleagues will not. Her mayor will not. Like she said, you're more upset about parking than you are about the attack she had to endure? You silenced her at the last meeting, wouldn't even let her speak. My goodness, shame on you. You should resign after that. And I hope you don't try that nonsense again, to vote down council comments so she doesn't get her opportunity to speak about what happened. That was outrageous and shameful. And the one caller saying, I challenge you to go back and look at meetings. There's many meetings. We'll give you the exact dates. I mean, Mark Rizzoli going on an anti-immigrant tirade, demonizing undocumented immigrants. Yikes. That's disgusting. And then, of course, the Dr. Greenberg-Bailey attack, anti-black attack on the NJEA. Why do you think people from other towns are calling in all of a sudden? The spotlight is shined on Old Bridge. You'd think you'd be more cautious about how you act. And you're just doubling down. The mayor's attacking his human relations council? Are you serious? Because they might actually try to do their job instead of being the tokens that he thought they would? No. Good for them. Trying to do what they've been appointed to do and actually work on human relations and fighting racism. It's appalling. It's appalling what's been going on in this town. And yes, people from other towns are going to get involved because, like I said last time, and I can't believe that woman earlier tried to quote Dr. King like Dr. Greenberg-Bailey did, but injustice anywhere is a threat to justice
Dabrowski,
everywhere.
you need to end your comments as the 3 minutes has expired.
Thank you.
Next, I have phone number ending in 7405. I've asked you to unmute. Please unmute and state your name and address for the record. Caller 7405. I'm asking you to unmute. Please unmute and state your name and address for the record. I'm going to disable talking. You can re-enter the queue. Next, I have Jackie-Oldbridge. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Jackie, and I reside on Pemberton Drive in Oldbridge, New Jersey. I just want to extend my empathy to Councilwoman Adina Brown and her family for the letter that she received a couple months ago. I am just so livid. I don't even know how to get these words out without angering myself or saying anything out of line. This council is deplorable and disgusting. How dare you silence Councilwoman Brown? How dare you treat your constituents the way you have treated them? As a long-term Old Bridge resident, I find it appalling that I would rather move out of town to have a family and to raise kids because the years of racism in Old Bridge is still going on. I encountered racism from the time I moved into Old Bridge at 5 years old and still encounter it at the age of 35. And for anyone to call in and say they have not heard anything racist, they don't believe this town is racist, and they don't believe that there's anything xenophobic, homophobic, racist, or anything going on in this town is blind and needs to open their eyes. I would really like the council to please consider having a mandated cultural competency and undoing racism training. I do not care if you have it at your job. You are an elected official, and you should be willing to set a different standard and not be mediocre, and make sure that you are going above and beyond to educate yourself and to make sure you are doing the work to make sure there is no bias within yourself and that you are representing the full community of Old Bridge, New Jersey. I am just really sick to my stomach, and I really hope that you guys can find it in your hearts to respect your constituents, respect Councilwoman Brown, and really look within yourselves to really dig deep to know that you need to do better, because we will find a way to vote you out. Because if you do not do right by us, we will damn sure make sure that you will not sit on that council again. Thank you.
Next, I have Roxana Acosta. I've asked you to unmute. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, this is Roxana Acosta. I'm on Willow Drive in Old Bridge. And I'll make this pretty short and sweet. I've been a resident of Old Bridge for about a year and a half. And I try to stay on top of all the current issues, of my new town and where I'm living. And I've been listening to some of the council meetings from December and March and previous months. And I must say, I'm really deeply disappointed in the lack of support that I've seen for Councilwoman Brown from her fellow council members. It's been very, I'd say maybe one or two, but the lack of support and the silence, again, speaks volumes. When she's expressing her, the stress that she's been going through with not just the email, but, her views and her experiences as a Black woman. And the fact that, the rest of the council members seem to just brush it off or ignore or have no interest in hearing what she has to say. The rest of us are hearing this, and we are making sure that when it comes time to vote, we will make sure that we vote for leaders that represent the diversity of this town. And not just diversity, cultural diversity, but diversity of thought and empathy for fellow citizens of this town. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Terry. I've asked you to unmute. Please state your name and address for the record. Oh, I thought that was, sorry. Terry, Terry, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Terry Benelmo, Old Bridge, New Jersey. I'm just going to say one thing. I'm watching you all right now. I'm watching Mr. Rizzoli laugh and speak. to his partner over there. We're watching your sign language. We're watching you not care. The only one that responded to my email was Mr. Merwin. Thank you. You had a student call you. One of the kids in our schools call you and say that there are racist comments. When are you going to listen? When are you going to listen? You obviously don't care. Mr. Rizzoli clearly doesn't care. He's sitting there watching and laughing. He doesn't care. And it's really despicable that I'm sitting here watching the people who represent my town laugh, talk, look at each other. You don't care. I'm also not talking about racism. I'm talking about the kids with disability. This is absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, Mr. Rizzoli, I'm watching you. Turn to your person and laugh. Watch my name down. I'll spell it. I'm so upset. We have students saying we don't have representation, and it's really unacceptable. I'm so upset. I can't speak anymore. The only one that I have any respect for right now is Mr. Merwin. Thank you.
Next, I have Reverend Donna Stewart. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, Reverend Donna Stewart, calling on behalf of the Perth Amboy Area Branch of the NAACP. I come before you to say that I've listened to the comments made during the last council meeting, and I think that sometimes words do get lost in the translation. And again, I thank you for this opportunity. We are not here to call the Old Bridge community racist, nor are we here to cause trouble or division. We are here to support the fundamental right to be heard and to ensure that those who are elected are here to represent all residents. I understand the difference between Republicans and Democratic ideologies, but how we go about recognizing those differences can't be defined by color. I don't want to believe that the Republicans on this council are okay with the email that was sent to Councilwoman Brown, which was not a soundbite. I do not want to believe that council colleagues would stand idle while one of their own is attacked. I don't want to believe that you don't have it inside you to turn to Adina and say, I stand with you, like we did on tonight. Now, I am a reverend, I am a preacher, and I preach about forgiveness all the time. And while I have been angered by what has transpired, I do believe that you can still do what's morally and ethically right. This can end with you standing for and with Adina Brown. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam President, just want to remind you, the ordinance has a meeting end time at 11 p.m., but you have the ability to extend the meeting for purposes of concluding official business. So, you'd want to, at this point, extend the meeting so that so business can continue.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so motion by Dr. Greenberg Belli, second by Mr. Merwin to extend. Do we need to put a time frame to it so that?
Well, I mean, yeah, you can initially establish a time frame, but it's the ordinance just says you may extend the meeting for purpose of concluding official business.
Right. Okay.
That doesn't mean you can't further extend it.
Yep. Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg Belli?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is absent. Mr. Piscitty? Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
President Selvor?
Yeah.
We have 8 ayes to extend business. Next, I have caller phone number ending in 7405. I've asked you to unmute. Please unmute your phone and state your name and address to council. If you press *6, it'll unmute you. Caller 7405. Can you state your name and address for the record?
Hello, are you
please?
able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please state your name and address
Yes,
for the
it's
record.
Jorge. Yes, Jorge Diaz from Carteret, New Jersey.
Please continue with your comments, sir.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the council for extending the time period for public comment. Much different move than what we transpired or what we witnessed at the last meeting. I had the displeasure of logging into last month's meeting, and to say that I was appalled by the political antics to silence one of your own is an understatement. I remind you that each of you were elected to represent Old Bridge, including Councilwoman Brown, who you discarded as if she was a stranger in her own home. Let me remind you, this is her home too. This is supposed to be a safe haven for her and every resident of color. At the last meeting, there were comments espousing Old Bridge as one of the safest towns. I ask, who is it safe for? Certainly not for Adina Brown. You've made sure of that with your inability to take a stand for decency and your failure to, at the very least, denounce the rhetoric to protect your own residents. Now, let me take this moment to tell you that it's not too late. It's not too late to take this opportunity to heal the wounds, to grow in solidarity as a community, and to end the posturing that only serves to divide. Show Old Bridge and Middlesex County that its elected officials can work together in a respectful and dignified manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next I have caller 0953. I've asked you to unmute. Please unmute and state your name and address for the record.
Hello?
Hi, please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, I'm Michelle Mann. I'm Bridgeport. I was wanted to organize a rally, and I just wanted to thank everybody that came out for the rally. We really appreciated your support. I'd also like to thank the Bridge Police Department for being there for us. And I'd like to thank Ward 1, David Merwin, for coming in the front door. I'd like to let the rest of the council know how disappointed I am that you chose to come in through the back door and not face the voters and your and the town. Mayor Henry, I know you appointed a committee, the Council for Human Relations, and I'm wondering if that was just something just for show, if you're not going to take their word and pay attention to what they're saying. Also to the town council, I encourage you to do the diversity training. Old Bridge, unfortunately, right now is in the spotlight, and it's not in a good way. Myself and many others in this town stand with Adina, and we absolutely demand that the council do better. I hear a lot of people saying that they're not racist, and that's just not enough to not be racist. You must be fiercely and actively anti-racist. And I believe that's what the town members are demanding of you. We're going to keep coming back. This is something that we all take seriously. We're going to keep coming back. We're going to keep standing in the parking lot. When you finally open up your doors, we're going to come to the meetings. No one's backing down, and we're going to keep getting louder and louder. So we're looking at you, Town Council and Mayor Henry, and I hope that you guys do better. Thank you. Have a great night.
Council President, I do not have any more hands raised in the queue, but I do have written comments. Can you please advise? Oh, I just had a hand raised in the queue. I apologize. Caller 0137, please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Joshua Goldberg from the Glenwood Apartments. In 1945, President Harry S. Truman famously had a sign made for his desk that said, "The buck stops here." Mayor Henry, in the Township of Old Bridge, the buck stops with you. When Township Attorney Mark Roselli and Township Council President Mary Sohar passed the buck by choosing to not address the current situation from the dais during the meetings, even though they have done just that in the past when the Spirit moved them, the buck stops with you, Mayor Henry. Mayor Henry, it is not enough to issue a carefully parsed condemnation of racial epithets or slurs while failing to condemn the message itself. The email in question is still inherently condemnable, even if the writer had left out the racial epithets and slurs. In her February 9th comments during a meeting of the Old Bridge Township Council, which can be viewed on YouTube all over the country and beyond, Councilwoman Anita Greenberg-Belli asserts, on the one hand, that racism is a false narrative. But in the very same statement, Councilwoman Anita Greenberg-Belli asserts that the black community is uneducated. Councilwoman Anita Greenberg-Belli asserts that black people don't have respect for our country. Councilwoman Anita Greenberg-Belli asserts that black people don't have initiative. Councilwoman Anita Greenberg-Belli asserts that black people don't have self-respect. Councilwoman Anita Greenberg-Belli asserts that black people don't value their lives. The fact that Councilwoman Anita Greenberg-Belli refrained from calling black people the N-word, refrained from calling black people monkeys, refrained from calling black people animals, does not make her message any less condemnable. Although Councilwoman Anita Greenberg-Belli has chosen to put herself front and center in this issue in recent months, she is not the only offender on the Old Bridge Town Council. For the past 3 years and change, Councilman Mark Roselli has bombarded all of us with a constant stream of negativity regarding his opinions of people of color, while several other members of the Township Council express their agreement and offer weak defenses of his indefensible comments. This too must be dealt with. Mayor Henry, had you addressed this long ongoing situation 1 year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, it might not have snowballed into the situation that we now face.
Your 3 minutes has expired. I'm disabling speaking. Next I have caller 2623. I've asked you to unmute. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hello,
Hi, please state your name and address for the record.
my name is Philip McGovern, and I live at 201 Yorkshire Court in Society Hill. I am a member of the Parking and Transportation Committee. I recently went over to the Old Bridge Park and Ride on Route 9 near Westminster Boulevard. The parking lot was not even close to being full. It has been that way most weekdays since the pandemic began. Consequently, there is a loss of daily parking revenue. Also, not everyone renewed their annual parking permit, so that is also a revenue loss as well. I just wondered the impact that this is having on the transportation budget. Are projects being put on hold, etc.? One other thing, the streets around the park and ride, especially the road on the bridge going over Route 9, need to be paved. Thank you.
Next, I have caller ending in 0427. I've asked you to unmute. Please unmute and state your name and address for the record. Caller 0427, please press star 6 to unmute and address the council.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Susan Blumig, and I thought for a change of pace, I would talk about something else.
I've lived in Old Bridge for about 40 years, and during this period of the
Ms. Blumenthal,
COVID...
you have the TV on in the background. Can you please turn it
Yeah,
off?
I'm turning it off right now. Just turn it off. I'm sorry. I've lived in Old Bridge for about 40 years, and during this period of COVID-19, my husband and I have been taking daily walks, sometimes in areas that we're not really familiar with, but our favorite spot has become the Lawrence Harbor Boardwalk. There's birds, there's water, there's people walking their dogs, kids riding tricycles, and most people are happy to converse with others. We've learned a lot about Old Bridge people. Why I'm calling is to tell you about a lady we spoke with on the boardwalk. She was feeding and tended to the feral cats. She was happy to tell us how since she had gotten involved when there were over 20 cats, and now there are 4. They have all been spayed and neutered, I believe have had their shots. So many have been adopted and made so many people happy. I want to mention that Mrs. Walker and Dr. Greenberg were very instrumental in getting the township behind this. People in the area have worked diligently to help the cats find homes. I want to thank those people also. I just want to thank you for tending to some of the needs in our town. My second statement is for the lawyer. If we change the title public portion to hearing of the residents, would that, number 1, be legal? Number 2, give enough time for Old Bridge residents to speak out? And 3, disallow callers from Parsippany and Barnegat to clog up our council meetings. Thank you for the time, and thanks for doing such a good job.
Council President, I don't have any more hands raised in our queue. I do still have 6 written comments, however, can we... Thank you. I do have somebody else who raised their hand, however, they've already spoken, and there's a one-time limit, so I do have to move past it. And we have a motion on the floor to close the live portion of the comments. Was there a second? Thank you. Ms. Brown?
No.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg-Belli?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is absent. Mr. Piscitty?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
President Zohor?
Yes.
We have 7 ayes and 1 no. As stated, I did receive comments in writing prior to the meeting, so I will read them now. As indicated in the advertisement, they are still subject to the 3 minutes. The first comment I have is Caitlin Nasher. My name is Caitlin Nasher, and I am writing to condemn the racist rhetoric that this council has been allowed to spew for far too long. I am a lifelong resident of Old Bridge, although the conduct of most of this council makes me ashamed to admit it. And I reject the inflammatory, bigoted, willfully ignorant grandstanding that has become the norm among our town's leadership. I stand with Councilwoman Adina Brown and condemn the racist attacks against her as well as the blatant efforts to silence her in these meetings. To the rest of the council, Old Bridge is fundamentally a community of good people, and we will no longer tolerate your racism, your xenophobia, and your outright lack of basic human decency. Your colleagues deserve better, your constituents deserve better, and this town as a whole deserves better. The voters are watching. We demand leaders who put our community first, and that means our entire community. If you're not capable of doing that, and your refusal to attend diversity and inclusion training strongly suggests that you aren't, we'll elect people who will. Next, I have a submission from Lorraine Kelly, Lake Ridge Drive. Dear OB council members and Old Bridge residents, I am writing this letter in support of Adina Brown, who has been targeted by some members of this council and by a threatening, racist email for speaking up against hateful and racist comments made during these meetings. The Old Bridge Town Council members should not use their council seats as a platform to espouse their political views and opinions on national issues, which has been done repeatedly by Anita Greenberg-Belli, Mark Rizzoli, and Tony Piscitty. Please expend your time and energies while serving on the town council, focusing on local issues and ways to improve Old Bridge. This is what you were elected to do. I fully support the Old Bridge Human Relations Council's statement and proposals detailed below. In a March 10th email sent to the mayor and council, the township's Human Relations Council came out in support of Brown. We stand in support of Councilwoman Adina Brown and thank the community members in Old Bridge and across the state who continue to speak out against racism and discrimination in our communities. That's the statement said. Going forward, the Human Relations Council is actively working on proposals to foster respect and promote anti-racist work in our community to address the statements that were made. We seek to hold our elected officials accountable and to the standards outlined by our mission statement. The statement further said that we admonish the rhetoric that denies the experience of racism in this township and across the nation as a whole. Specifically, the statements made by Councilwoman Anita Greenberg-Belli, Councilman Mark Rizzoli, and Councilman Tony Pescitti over the course of meetings on February 9th and February 23rd caused harm to our community members. The proposals include 1. A censure resolution for Councilwoman Greenberg-Belli's comments during February 9th meeting. 2. All council members undergo mandatory cultural competency training. 3. The Township Council adopt an equity task force or expand the power of the Human Relations Council to do so. 4. The Township Council adopt a formal statement prohibiting race-baiting comments by public officials and pass a resolution affirming that hateful rhetoric that denies the reality of racism has no place in a township chamber that claims inclusivity for all. The statement further stated that we will be delivering our proposals next month. I believe these proposals should be adopted by the Old Bridge Town Council. Going forward, the council members should foster unity and work to bring our community together and reject hateful rhetoric. Next, I have Leonardo Machetta. First off, I wanted to say thank you to the town council members who stood in solidarity with United Parents of Old Bridge while we fought to get our children back in school. Thanks to Mark Rizzoli, Eric DePalma, Mary Sohort, Debbie Walker, and Anita Greenberg-Belli. Because of your voices, we were able to hold people in certain positions accountable for not having anything planned out to get our kids in school. What you have done for us is truly a blessing, and we are all grateful to have members like you on the council. Members who serve the public, members who care about their town, members who care about the people of every color, creed, and culture here in Old Bridge. Here in Old Bridge, there are many silent or formerly silent people. We have sat by idly and watched with open eyes and closed mouths as our town and our council have been under attack. We have been labeled as a racist town. While I agree that racism does exist in the hearts of some people, I think it's extremely ignorant to label an entire town as racist. If a township is racist, why aren't there more minorities moving in more and more every year? If a town is racist, why are children able to play when they are allowed to be outside with other children of different backgrounds? This allegation of a town being racist, especially this town, is primarily a stepping stone for some people to be able to push a personal political agenda, an agenda that has no place in this town. I have myself coached children in this town and have and will continue to treat every child as if they were my own. I am not harder on a child that does not share my religious beliefs or skin color than I am with someone who does. I have coached along many other parents or townspeople who have taught and treated every kid the same. I honestly believe that all these people who are calling into these meetings who are not residents of Old Bridge need to just worry about their own town. Call into your own town's council meeting and badger them with your beliefs. Leave this town to its residents. And if you would like to have a voice on how this town is ran, try living here. I'm sure you'll love it. As far as these local marijuana dispensaries that people want here, my question to you is why? Do you really believe marijuana is no more harmful than alcohol? Is it not addicting? If you have a child growing up in this town and you want a marijuana dispensary here, are you okay with your children potentially becoming an addict? If you think marijuana is not a gateway drug, perhaps you should seek out an addict's family and speak with them. I have seen firsthand what marijuana can do, as I have recovering addicts in my family, and they typically started out with doing that drug. I can't imagine there are members of this community that welcome this type of absurdity to be placed in this town, especially when schools are closed. Imagine your child not being able to go to school but being able to buy marijuana. This is not right. I thank you again for standing with us, and we will stand with you. We, the formerly silent parents of Old Bridge, stand with the town council, Mayor Owen Henry, on keeping Old Bridge great. We believed in this town once, and we still believe in this town, and we will protect this town. Signed, the United Parents of Old Bridge. Next, I have Gina Lynn from Old Bridge. It's crazy to me that some people in Old Bridge do not realize the Old Bridge Board of Education and Superintendent Cittadino have completely failed those that do want to be back in school and should have been in school since November. I would also like to remind everyone that a member of the Board of Ed is now running for town council, when on January 9th on social media she made a post about not bringing politics into public schools and how she is against moving the elections up from November to April. Now she's running for town council after she and other board members failed our children. They like to follow the science when it fits their agenda, because also in November, Governor Murphy stated medical research as well as the data from northeastern states from across the country and from around the world make clear that in-person learning is safe when appropriate protections are in place, even in communities with high transmission rates. In-person learning is the best possible scenario for children, especially those with special needs and from low-income families. There is also growing evidence that more time children spend outside of school increases the risk of mental health harm and affects their ability to truly learn. I would also like to make it aware that the NJEA donated $2.5 million to Governor Murphy's campaign. The school closures is a political issue. It needs to stop being a political issue. Our children are not supposed to be political pawns. We need to hold those accountable, like our town's BOE and superintendent. I would also like to remind everyone that the BOE and superintendent didn't start to attempt to help our kids' mental health until January 18th of this year. We know when this pandemic started, it's over a year now, and now they put into effect a pathetic effort to help our kids' mental health. I just want to end this by saying thank you to Mark Rizzoli, Eric DePalma, Dr. Anita Greenberg-Belli for being voices for our children. They showed up for our kids when nobody else did. We see where your loyalties and priorities lie. Those who did nothing, I look forward to voting for the people that stood by and did nothing for our kids out. Next, I have Debbie Finnegan from Sayrwood South. I live in Old Bridge, Ward 5, Sayrwood South. I just wanted to comment on the council's behavior towards Adina Brown during the last meeting. It's disappointing to see the lack of support that the majority of members are showing towards a fellow council member who has received threats for her safety. Why was she not allowed to bring her security guard to the last meeting? I'm not buying the excuse that it's due to COVID policy. Clearly, most of you are not very concerned about COVID, as you do not even bother to wear masks. It's reprehensible that you did not let her speak at all during the meeting. She was elected to the council just as you were, and she was trying to do her job, to represent her constituents. By preventing her from speaking, you did not just silence Adina Brown, you silenced all of her constituents. The level of partisanship on this council is shameful and unacceptable. I would like to remind the council that you are public servants and you are here for the will of the people. Please focus on carrying out your duties to make this town a good place to live. We don't want to see any more grandstanding about national issues, and we certainly don't want to hear about conspiracy theories and lies about the NJEA, or excuses for the January 6th insurrection. Above all, stop the bullying of your fellow council member. If you can't summon kindness, then at least refrain from bullying. It's sad that a bunch of grown adults have to be reminded about basic decency. Thank you for reading my comments. Have a good night. And my last comment is from Cornelius Akabuz from Old Bridge. The Old Bridge Council must endeavor to condemn all forms of racism against citizens, including council members. Council President, that's my final comment from the night.
Okay, thank you very much. So that will conclude our public portion for the evening. And now we will go on to council member comments.
Okay, Councilwoman Brown.
Thank you. First and foremost, I want to thank the many people who have called in to the council meetings over the past few weeks, or actually months, I should say. Many of you, I don't even know personally who you are. There's been a number of people who have reached out to me personally, just finding me on LinkedIn or Instagram, just DMing me. And if you're watching, I just want to say thank you for reaching out. As I've said before, the issue with the email and everything, it's not about me. To me, it's really about a bigger issue. And unfortunately, it appears that we still have leaders here in this town that don't really care about that issue. They'd rather just have their friends call in and make them feel better and pat them on their back and tell them that they're nice people so they can go to bed at night. But the reality is, a lot of things that they've said, a lot of things that they do, the conspiracy theories that they promote are divisive and they are harmful to this community. And the community is watching. Maybe the people who believe in the conspiracy theories are just a little bit more louder and a bit more zany and comfortable being more garish with what they say. But please know, this administration, I hope you all know that, definitely your constituency is not 80% one way and 20% the other. If you actually look at the data over the 2016 and also the 2020 election, we actually have more of an even split in terms of party delineation than you would once believe. So take heart that the people that are watching this meeting or the people that are siding with you are not necessarily the only people who exist here or who would vote you in or out of office. I also want to say that I've heard people call in so many times now the past few weeks and say that only people that don't live in Old Bridge are calling in. That's so untrue. Like, there are people who called in that are specifically and very much so from Old Bridge and long-time residents of Old Bridge. It's easy to dismiss the issue by just saying, oh, those people don't live here. Doesn't matter if someone doesn't live here or not. If people are seeing what's being said here or seeing and hearing what's being said here, regardless of whether they live the town next door or town a couple of miles away, it really still should speak to some changes that need to be made. And so I caution the council here to not just dismiss people because they think they don't live here, because the people who are calling here that are from out of town probably know someone who lives here who feels uncomfortable calling themselves. Just saying. Something to consider. And again, even if you don't wish to run for office again, if someone's here on this council and they're thinking, oh, it doesn't matter, I'm not going to run again, or this will all blow over in a few months, people will forget about it, please don't be so silly. The reality is, this isn't Christmas lights or other issues that have come up. You're talking about people's kids and businesses and so many other things that exist in this realm of harassment and disparate treatment. And so, you know, it would be easy to just say, this will blow over. But let's keep in mind that people who grew up here for years and have experienced racism are not going to let this just go by and allow the same people to be voted in again. This has been a long meeting, so I'll say one more thing. There's people who are friends of the people on council here who keep saying that someone brought up race and it brought up by the current council members, and I guess they're insinuating that I brought up race. I think I brought up race by being here and being smart enough and bold enough to actually speak out against it. So that's my only fault, is that I'm brave enough and strong enough to actually say that is not okay to say. So that's probably what's making people uncomfortable here, is that I didn't just sit here and let them say whatever trash they wanted to say and just kind of smile and wave like maybe other people would have. So again, before you accuse me of bringing up race, remember who brought up an Israeli-Palestinian issue a couple of years ago, and ICE, and started calling immigrants murderers. Like, let's remember that wasn't me. If you scroll back through the meetings, you will actually see a person named Adina Brown, Councilwoman Adina Brown, saying repeatedly, let us not bring up those conversations because, number one, we don't have any jurisdiction over what happens on a national or state level, and number two, we know that saying certain things is extremely divisive. So without further ado, I'll let the next person comment, but I just want to make clear that the people calling in are not just from out of town. The people who are concerned are not just from out of town. The people who are outside of the meeting today were definitely not just from out of town. And the coalition of people who do not like what's being said is growing and growing and growing. And I didn't start it. People just started paying more attention. So if you want to continue the rhetoric, please do, but that probably mean that you don't get into office again. Thank you.
Mr. De Palma?
No, I have no comments tonight. Thank you.
Dr. Greenberg-Belli?
Yes, I just want to say that it was really nice this past weekend to finally see the Little League teams getting out there. All the kids really enjoyed to be back out on the fields. The soccer fields, to see all the kids out there again. And I really just want to thank all the people that volunteer, that are so dedicated and committed. It's the volunteers in this town that make this town wonderful. And if you saw the smiles on these kids' faces, you would realize that's what's important. Thank you.
Mr. Merwin?
Yeah, I got a couple of things here. Shopping centers, the street lighting, the parking lots, they're a mess. As especially up by Walmart North here on Route 9. Half the street lights are out, half the lights at Home Depot are out. There's holes that are craters. They're all things that code enforcement should be getting on. And why do you say code enforcement? Because they were part of their approvals, so they got to be working. They're not working, so code enforcement should be on them. The road, Melita Drive and Overpass Drive, that is New Jersey Transit. It's not the DOT, it's not the Township, it's New Jersey Transit. And that is a mess, as Phil McGovern, mentioned. I would have loved to have seen the smile on those kids' faces. I don't know how everybody else knew about those parades and opening day. I surely wasn't notified. I spoke to other council members. They weren't notified. But, I know the mayor was there and the Republican council people, most of them were there. I don't know if it was just this side that was.
Yeah, I didn't hear about it.
I know Mr. Murphy didn't know about it. I checked with him. So you have a little problem there with letting us know about these things.
Councilman Marone, I'd like to say I was not invited to some. I just showed up also. So I think there was a little confusion this year with they had split sessions, and I think they were just a little concerned. But I too was not invited to a few opening days. I just showed up. So I just wanted to let everybody know that the administration didn't leave anyone out of the equation.
And
we were not notified either.
I appreciate it. And I'd like the attorney to advise, I'd like to make a motion that we return our meetings open to the public. We're so concerned about opening up schools and everything else. I think that our meetings should be opened up to the public. As you can see, everybody's got no mask on, so evidently nobody's concerned about it. So we should be opening up our meetings to the public. So I make that motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Well, when do we make it?
Well, it wouldn't be during.
Just wanted a second.
What's the difference?
Well, because there's not time for business. That's why.
Well, I think we should be open. We worry about everybody else opening. Matter of fact, I was the one that made the motion that we should have the schools opening, but all of their letters said these guys, so.
Mark, isn't that executive order limiting capacity and management related that we talked about that?
Yeah, the issue becomes being able to accommodate the number of persons in the council chamber. So that, for instance, if the number of people showed up, and if we tried to have social distancing within the councilman room where you're spreading them out, every 6 feet, and when you mark the number of people who would be present, and plus the staff, obviously this council chamber would not be able to hold everybody. So then you have to be able to accommodate those, number of people who would want to attend in the building itself. So that may require, relocating to a different, have meetings at
Well,
different
we're going to have to
times.
do that in September anyway, so why not do it? We're going to have to do it in August, why not do it? Let's open it to the public.
Because those are what the restrictions are currently. I don't know what the restrictions will be in September.
All right, that's all I have.
Mr. Piscitty?
Yes, I had the opportunity to tour the new emergency room at the Old Bridge Hospital, and I'll tell you, it's beautiful. It's a multi-million-dollar renovation where they connected all the 3 buildings there on Ferry Road. They really went all out to make a nice new facility for us. They're looking at a grand opening probably in the fall, and it's really beautiful. So you got to check it out. That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Thank you. Tonight I'm announcing that Councilwoman Greenberg, Belli, and I have filed a lawsuit pertaining to the racist email Councilman Greenberg, Belli, and I are angered, saddened, and deeply troubled by the disgusting racist email sent to our colleague, Councilwoman Adina Brown. We have spent a combined 40-plus years in Old Bridge, and we know this email violates everything for which this community stands. Love, respect, diversity are deeply embedded within the community's heart, character, and soul. This is why we have undertaken the extraordinary step of personally hiring legal counsel to identify the twisted person who sent this email and forced them to account for their attack on our colleague and community. While we have and will continue to have policy disagreements with Councilwoman Brown, we will always stand united against hate. On advice of counsel, we ask that all further inquiries about this matter be directed to our attorney, Roshan D. Shah, at Anderson & Shaw. Thank you.
Ms. Walker?
Nothing at this time, thank you.
President Sohor?
I'm good, thank you. Okay, next we'll take a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg Belli? Yes. Mr. Merwin? Yes. Mr. Murphy is absent. Mr. Piscitty?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Ms. Walker? Yes. President Sohor? Yes. 8 ayes.